taking in their fair share of asylum seekers. 4 Conservative premiers, Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. These are Conservative premiers who are forcing Quebecers to take in a disproportionate share of asylum seekers. It's funny, though, we've never heard the Conservative leader tell his gang of Conservative premiers to stop overburdening Quebecers. So according to the Immigration Minister, is that because the Conservative leader agrees with his gang of Conservative premiers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the question. Here's my answer. Where there's smoke, there's fire. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. In the spring, the Liberals promised a plan for sharing asylum seekers among the provinces. Well, here we are. It's fall now, and there is no plan, Mr. Speaker. There is no plan. But despite all that, the Conservatives are trying to sabotage the plan before it even exists. Caught in the middle of all this are Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, Quebecers whose public services are overstretched. Asylum seekers can't meet their basic needs in a Quebec whose intake capacity has been exceeded. When will the Liberals and Conservatives understand that their irresponsibility is hurting both Quebecers and asylum seekers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, we all have responsibility. We all have a responsibility to show humanitarian compassion toward asylum seekers. Now, some provinces are playing politics at the expense of asylum seekers, but we will continue to work with provinces to ensure that all provinces do their fair share. Yes, Ontario and Quebec have taken on a disproportionate share, but we will make things fairer. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it was interesting to have the chance to talk to forestry workers yesterday in committee. They're very worried about their future. The Environment Minister's decree threatens to kill at least 1,400 jobs, at least, not to mention the closure of several businesses and the possibility that some communities could be wiped off the map. If the Conservatives were in power, we wouldn't be talking about this decree. That's why I don't understand why the Bloc Québécois is keeping the Liberals in power without negotiating to have the decree cancelled. Why doesn't the Liberal Bloc understand that our regions need the forestry sector and need forestry workers? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague that in 2013, the Harper government used the same emergency decree to protect a species. It wasn't considered radical then, but now all of a sudden it's radical because we're doing it. You know, I've met with forestry workers. They've testified at the Environment Committee. We've heard from environmental experts. They tell us that we need to protect the forest in order to protect forestry jobs. It's the only party that doesn't understand that is the Conservative Party. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living, inflation, interest rates, Quebecers already have enough to deal with. Yet the Minister of the Environment wants to make life even harder for forestry workers by imposing his disastrous decree. Many forestry workers are worried. They wonder why he's going after them. Meanwhile, the Bloc Québécois, which claims to defend Quebecers, is supporting the Liberals by giving them their vote of confidence without even negotiating to have the decree overturned. Will the minister think about the people behind all this and guarantee that he will not impose his decree? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Mr. Speaker, we held consultations over the summer. We consulted hundreds of people, workers, people in the regions, experts, industry experts, environmentalists, ecologists, First Nations, many consultations. We will go ahead with our decree, but if they want us to cancel it, then Quebec needs to present us with a caribou habitat protection plan. They said they would do so. They committed to producing a plan. They haven't done so, but they didn't. So we needed to step in to protect both the environment and jobs. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, not only is the Bloc helping to keep the Liberals in power, but the Bloc is also blocking important committee work in order to protect the Prime Minister. Hiring carbon tax Carney is a conflict of interest. The Bloc is willing to allow Carney to further his corporate interests without being accountable to Parliament. He should be required to appear before the committee to answer to Canadians. Why doesn't Mr. Carney take a public service position, one that can be reviewed by the Ethics Committee? Why doesn't he do that instead of conning Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always the same with Conservatives. Canadians want to contribute to Canada, but don't have the Conservatives' partisan view of things. And then what does the Conservative Party do? Attack them. It's disrespectful and inappropriate in our democracy. We can disagree with one another without attacking Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
While the Conservatives attempt to block energy jobs for Nova Scotians and stand against prosperity for Atlantic Canada, our Liberal government is working hard to reduce energy costs while ensuring good jobs for Nova Scotians today and into the future. Can the Minister of Energy inform this House of our plan to protect Nova Scotians from an expensive power rate increase?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his ongoing excellent work in the province of Nova Scotia. I was in Halifax earlier this week to announce the negotiation of a $500 million loan guarantee with Nova Scotia Power. That will take the projected rate of increase in electricity rates in Nova Scotia from what was going to be 19% next year to the rate of inflation. It is an important step forward that the federal government is working to ensure affordability with respect to energy on a go-forward basis. We need to work to ensure affordability, reliability, and a non-emitting grid in every province and territory in this country.
The Honourable Member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
After 9 years, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Mr. Speaker, let's play some Jeopardy! I'll have conflicts of interest for $1,000, Mr. Speaker. Answer. This person is advising the Prime Minister while also negotiating a $10 billion contract with his own company. He's also not subject to conflict of interest rules. The correct response would be, who is Carbon Tax Carney? Why is it that these Liberals want to pad the pockets of insiders and play Canadians for fools while enriching their own best friend?
Yeah, well done.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess that member opposite will only get half his gold star from the leader today because all he did was announce the slogans, but he forgot to attack the other political parties. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to eminent Canadians who do not share the vision of the Conservatives, what do? They attack them. Mr. Speaker, there's a diversity of views in this country, and whether you agree with people or not doesn't mean that you should denigrate their character. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives should be ashamed of how they treat their fellow Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Did she actually just say we should be ashamed about how we treat our fellow Canadians? The reality is that
Colleagues. Colleagues, it's very, very important. The best way to keep personal attacks out of this is to, frankly, not take the floor when you're not recognized by the Speaker. And then that way, we don't have unfortunate comments. And I'm certain that outside of this place, when you're downstairs in the room somewhere or talking to each other as real people, you would regret. The Honourable Member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That answer speaks about shame. These Liberals should be ashamed for the way they are squandering Canadians' money while people are lined up at the food bank day after day. That answer tells us another day at the office, another Liberal scandal, no big deal. This is a Liberal government that is long on entitlements and short on ethics. Carbon Tax Carney started advising the Prime Minister. Shortly after, one of his best friends got a $2 billion government. Why is this government lining pockets of its friends while Canadians line up at food banks?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of
Mr.
Commons.
Speaker, if that member wants to talk about entitlements, he should talk to the leader of his party who has a calculated $2 million pension, who lives in government housing, while at the same time looking to cut the pensions of Canadians, raise the age of retirement from 65 to 67, and cut the Canada Child Benefit and other benefits that help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if he wants to talk to entitlements, he should look in the mirror first. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Lakewood.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. But this big feminist prime minister is still up to his old tricks. Like so many women before, he shoved aside his female finance minister for his rich conflict of interest carbon tax crony, Carney, to take over. Carbon tax Carney will slap the carbon tax right back on home heating oil and let Canadians freeze in the dark this winter. He can afford those taxes, but they can't. Why is the finance minister letting herself be humiliated like this?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from the party opposite when it comes to fighting for equality in this country. Mr. Speaker, they were against $10 a day childcare. These are the cuts that they want to make, Mr. Speaker. They want to ensure and they support backdoor legislation that actually would ban abortions and take away women's right to choose, Mr. Speaker. Or, Mr. Speaker, the fact that their leader uses misogynistic hashtags in their videos to attract men who hate women. Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from them when it talks to ensuring that we support women in this country.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, this summer, I, like many Canadians, watched in horror as wildfires ravaged the municipality of Jasper and Jasper National Park. Jasperites are strong and resilient, and despite the devastation, we will rebuild stronger than before. I was able to visit the Wildfire Command Center in Jasper with the Prime Minister, Minister of Employment, and Mayor of Jasper. Can the Minister of Employment update Canadians how our government is supporting residents and businesses in Jasper?
You're not getting right. They don't like you there. They don't like you here either.
Colleagues. The Honourable Minister, rather.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity as a kid to go to Jasper with my grandparents and my parents. And this July, I visited Jasper and witnessed the devastation firsthand. And I want to thank from the bottom of my heart all of the first responders that made sure that the destruction wasn't even worse. Mr. Speaker, we have a historic opportunity to help Jasperites recover and rebuild faster. We have an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, which will get the powers that the mayor needs in his hands. I urge every single party in this House to vote this motion in.
The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, communities across the country are in crisis. They don't have the resources they need to support people who are struggling with trauma, mental health, and substance use disorders. But the Liberals keep delaying support. Today, the Nuu-chah-nulth Nations declared a state of emergency. They're pleading for federal help. This comes after every single substance use and addictions program application that they applied for was denied. What more will it take for the Liberals to finally provide the mental health resources that these nations desperately need?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, we know that across this country, the illegal toxic drug supply is taking the lives of loved ones every single day. That is why in Budget 2024, this government pledged to work directly with communities through the Emergency Treatment Fund, $150 million, Mr. Speaker, over the next 3 years to work directly with communities like the ones the member discussed, because we know we need to be there to save lives, Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly what we will be doing.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, I asked questions on October 23rd and February 8th about the problems that Canadians applying for greener home grants are experiencing. In my riding alone, there are 20 constituents still awaiting federal payment, even though they have already done the spending and the construction work has already been completed. This in Quebec is handled between 2 and 6 months, but in Canada, federally, if people are lucky, it can be handled in maybe 18 months. Can the minister tell us how and when this unacceptable situation will be fixed once and for all? The Honourable Natural Resources and Energy Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Building Fund is very important. It's important because it will improve building efficiency, all while bringing down greenhouse gas emissions. Many Canadians have received government payments from the federal government. If constituents in his riding are experiencing issues, I'm very open to discussing that with my colleague. Perhaps together we can find a solution.
All the time we have for question period today. I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When people throughout Canada watch a question period, when they listen to other affairs here in the House, they want to hear important questions of public interest today. Mr. Speaker, what did we see? Vitriol, insults against the leaders of the NDP and the Bloc Québécois and other members, and Mr. Speaker. And that is simply not allowed under our rules.
Very clearly that disrespectful and offensive language is not permitted. And the member from Carleton had questions that were simply an expression of spewing personal insults and had nothing to do with public administration.
I just want to make sure the honourable member gets to what the point of order is. So the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask you that you review the tapes from question period today, and that after reviewing those tapes, you oblige the member from Carleton to rise in his place to withdraw and apologize for those offensive and disrespectful comments.
We'll take that under advisement. It being 3:19, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Call in the members. There we go. Bon. The question is as follows. Monsieur Aitchison, appuyé par Madame Vian, propose que le
Mr. Aitchison proposes that the third report, 13th report of the Human Committee presented on Friday, October 27, 2023, be concurred in.
And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Beltold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart Mayor Michigan Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Madame Bien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Byner.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Gautreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. From the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Seated Deputy, now pop your vote.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Maloney, yay pour.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote yes. Mr. Fisher, yay pour.
Anybody else come running into the chamber? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. As mentioned in the Speaker's statement of Monday, September 16, 2024, the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. I thank you for paying particular attention to the sound level.
Thursday question.
And now time for the Thursday question. I recognize the Honorable House Leader for the official opposition.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. That time of the week when CPAC ratings skyrocket. Thursday question. This being the Thursday back, I'd like to welcome my my counterpart, who was the House Leader for a while. I see he's going to be answering today. Now he has a different portfolio, but I know one of the things he misses most about his previous role was the Thursday question. So I'm glad to see him have an opportunity to answer it again today. We already know a little bit about what might come next week, but I'd like to know if the government could inform the House officially what will be the business of the House for the rest of this week and next week as well.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, by popular demand, I'm back. I really missed these exchanges, some of our great moments on Thursdays, not just for CPAC viewers, but for you and me personally, I know. So it's wonderful to exchange. I'm wonderful to be back. I want to wish members a good return. I hope everybody had a productive and happy time with their families and their constituents in their ridings. Madame la Présidente, cet après-midi, nous...
Madam Speaker, this afternoon we will resume the second reading debate of Bill C-66, the Modernization of the Military Justice System Act. Tomorrow we will begin report stage debate on Bill C-33, an act to strengthen the port network and rail safety in Canada. On Monday, we will begin second reading debate on Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act.
You'll be very happy to know next Wednesday we will also be resuming second reading debate of Bill C-71, which amends the Citizenship Act. Further, Madam Speaker, I'd also like to take the opportunity to inform the House that both next Tuesday and Thursday shall be allotted days. Furthermore, on Monday, the Minister of Finance will table a Ways and Means motion on capital gains taxation that incorporates the feedback that was received during consultations over the summer. The vote will take place on Wednesday of next week during government orders. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I believe the Honourable Member for Regina Capel would like to rise on the question of privilege.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to respond to the interventions on my question of privilege concerning the government's failure to obey the House order adopted on June 10th, 2024. From the outset, I want to thank the Bloc Québécois House Leader and the Honourable Member for Windsor West for their interventions in support of my question of privilege. As for the Bloc House Leader's comment about my 1 week proposed timeframe possibly being too short, I would invite him to consider the fact that the documents have already been assembled. Computers and filing cabinets have been searched. If we were asking for documents to be searched for to begin with, like we did when the House adopted a 30-day deadline in its June 10th order, then he would have a fair point. But in any event, it's been over 3 months now. Instead, we are saying that the government should simply grab the original set of documents, the ones the government applied its big Sharpie to for redactions, and hand the clean versions over. That shouldn't take very long, so 1 week, I believe, is quite generous. The government House Leader, on the other hand, made a substantial response with which I fundamentally disagree. Certain points require, I believe, a rebuttal to assist you in coming to your decision. As I understand her intervention, the Liberal House Leader's argument was fourfold. She believes the House order exceeded its authority in adopting the order.
Could we check the noise in the courtyard, please? It's quite disruptive. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
The Liberal House Leader's argument was fourfold. She believes that the House order exceeded its authority in adopting the order, that redactions were authorized because the order did not explicitly require unredacted documents, that any use made by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police of the documents produced could amount to a breach of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that the only permissible remedy here would be to refer the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Permit me to address her arguments in turn, Madam Speaker. Firstly, it would not surprise you to know that I actually believe the House order of June 10th was entirely within the authority and jurisdiction of the House, and that clear jurisprudence will support my position. In her submissions, the Government House Leader cited page 190 of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, second edition, which stated, quote, the only limitations which could only be self-imposed would be that any inquiry should relate to a subject within the legislative competence of Parliament, end quote. While I will also revisit this citation from Mango later, let me first add for good measure a quotation from page 1 of the Prime Minister's former caucus colleague Derek Lee's book, The Power of Parliamentary Houses to Send for Persons, Papers, and Records. Based on, quote, this is a quote, based on principles firmly established in constitutional and parliamentary law, and apart from the following limitations pertaining to Her Majesty, other houses of Parliament, and foreign jurisdictions, a House of a Parliament has the full authority to summon and compel the production of any document, end quote. Also, it is worth recalling that this order originated from a Conservative opposition motion, and Standing Order 81-13 provides that, quote, opposition motions may relate to any matter within the jurisdiction of the Parliament of Canada, end quote. I would respectfully submit that the motion debated on June 6th and adopted on June 10th was squarely within the jurisdiction of the Parliament. It concerned Sustainable Development Technology Canada, an organization incorporated by Parliament through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act. Many of its directors and the chair of its board are appointed by the federal cabinet, which is most certainly accountable to this Parliament. Quite importantly, SDTC's operations are run with monies which had been appropriated by this Parliament. The motion was precipitated by the bombshell report of the Auditor General of Canada, an officer of this Parliament, which outlined a massive scandal. Conservatives were troubled that, given the conduct uncovered by the Auditor General and brave whistleblowers, crimes may well have been committed. The criminal law is, of course, a well-established area of federal jurisdiction. The documents were to be transmitted to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Canada's police force, also established by an Act of Parliament.
Parliamentary Leader to the Government, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
The speakers actually had asked for additional comments a while back. Everyone else has responded. The members already addressed this particular issue. I'm not too sure why it is that he would be standing up again.
The Honourable Member is answering the Leader of the Government's points. I think it's his privilege to do so, yes.
Normal practice for parties to listen attentively to arguments raised by other parties and respond to them and provide information to the speaker to consider that would rebut one of those points. This is a very normal course of action. I raised my original point of...
We agree that the Honourable Member for Regina Capel has the right to raise a question again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're not talking, Madam Speaker, about ordering the production of documents about the administration of a hospital or curriculum decisions of a school, both areas squarely within provincial jurisdiction. So the Liberal House Leader's concerns about jurisdiction simply do not carry water. Secondly, on her view that the House may not exercise its power to send for papers which are in turn provided to another body, I would draw the House's attention to the fact that this issue has been judicially considered. In its 1989 decision, Canada, Auditor General v. Canada, Minister of Energy, Mines and Resources, the Supreme Court of Canada considered the matter of a previous Auditor General being stonewalled by a previous Trudeau government. The court reconciled subsection 13.1 of the Auditor General Act, which entitles her to free access to government information, with paragraph 7.1b, which requires the Auditor General to report to the House, quote, on whether in carrying out the work of her office, she received all the information and explanations she required, end quote. Chief Justice Dixon held on behalf of a unanimous bench at page 98, quote, the section refers to a duty to report of the Auditor General, but can, in my view, simultaneously be characterized as a reporting remedy. There must be some purpose for conveying such information to the House of Commons, and one must assume that Parliament intended the House of Commons to exercise its judgment as to whether to seek the information its servant had not been able to secure, end quote. While it is irregular to cite court decisions as precedent for procedural debates here, it is worth reflecting on the fact that this country's highest court has clearly contemplated the concept of this House exercising its right to send for papers in aid of a third party holding the government to account. But it is not just a hypothetical exercise. There is, in fact, at least one practical example, which I know the Speaker would be familiar with. On July 22nd, 2020, the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, on which the Speaker then sat, voted to compel the production of documents related to Margaret and Sasha Trudeau's speaking contracts and to provide a copy to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Parliament was, of course, cynically prorogued one day before those documents were to be turned over. In the new session of Parliament, when the Ethics Committee debated readopting the production order, the Speaker told the committee on October 9th, 2020, at page 10 of the evidence, quote, when that decision was made at the time, I told my colleagues around this table that if they wanted to do that, we could do that, but that we would have to take all the necessary steps to ensure that this information would go directly to the Ethics Commissioner through the clerk, end quote. However, if the Speaker's views on compelling the production of documents to be passed through the hands of the clerks have changed, then I would invite the chair to consider this aspect of the motion to be an exercise of the House's privilege to publish papers. That privilege traces its origins to the United Kingdom's Parliamentary Papers Act 1840, the preamble to which begins, quote, whereas it is essential to the due and effectual exercise and discharge of the functions and duties of Parliament that no obstructions or impediments should exist to the publication of such of the reports, papers, votes, or proceedings of either House of Parliament, as such House of Parliament may deem fit or necessary to be published, end quote. While we normally think of publication as referring to making something known far and wide to the public, that is not the only such meaning. Page 1250 of the Canadian Oxford Dictionary, second edition, defines the verb to publish as, among other things, to, quote, communicate to a third party, end quote. Thirdly, another one of the privileges of this House is the right to regulate its internal affairs, sometimes also known as having exclusive cognizance of its proceedings. Paragraph 11.16 of Erskine May, 25th edition, explains, quote, both houses retain the right to be sole judge of the lawfulness of their own proceedings and to settle or depart from their own codes of procedure. This is equally the case where the House in question is dealing with a matter which is finally decided by its sole authority, such as an order or resolution, or where, like a bill, it is the joint concern of both houses, end quote. This principle has been favorably cited by your predecessors at, for example, page 1940 of the debates for March 1st, 1966, page 2039 of the debates for April 27, 2010, page 10,004 of the debates for September 17th, 2012, and page 18,550 of the debates for June 18th, 2013. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee, for its part, wrote in a report, which this House concurred in on December 2nd, 2013, quote, Parliament is the sole judge of the appropriateness of the exercise of any of its privileges, end quote. On parliamentary privilege, House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition notes at page 81 that, quote, this area of parliamentary law is therefore extremely fluid and most valuable for the Commons to be able to meet novel situations, end quote. So it is, I would submit, no barrier for the House to consider exercising a novel approach to a document production order, nor does disobedience to that order fall outside the ambit of contempt. Indeed, it may be worth recalling that many of the House's powers were not neatly distilled, but evolved over centuries of struggle and fight, building up the body of precedents. Fourthly, I would argue that the time for challenging the order's admissibility was back in June, when the House considered the Conservative Opposition Day motion. Bosk and Gagnon note at page 565, quote, before reading a motion to the House, it is the Speaker's duty to ensure that it is procedurally in order. This is done by verifying that the notice requirement, if any, has been met, that the wording of the motion corresponds to that of the notice, and that the motion contains no objectionable or irregular wording. Any part of a motion found out of order will render the whole motion out of order. If the chair finds the form of the motion to be irregular, he or she has the authority to modify it in order to ensure that it conforms to the usage of the House. If the motion is found to be in order and has been moved and seconded, the Speaker proposes it to the House, end quote. When the House considered the conservative opposition motion on June 6th, this is exactly what happened. Indeed, the Liberals put forward no challenge at all to the motion's admissibility. The opposition motion was placed on notice 48 hours ahead of debate, as required by the standing orders, debated for a full sitting day, and then a vote was deferred to the 4th calendar day following the debate. The motion was placed on the notice paper on a Tuesday afternoon. It was voted on the following Monday afternoon. At no point in between did anyone object to the motion's admissibility. Only now are we hearing someone make any argument to that effect. This reminds me of a situation with which I have some personal familiarity. On March 27th, 2014, the House adopted an order requiring Tom Mulcair, the then leader of the New Democratic Party, to appear before the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which he did on May 15th of that year. The following day, the NDP House Leader rose on a point of order to argue that the motion and resulting order were inadmissible. The chair ruled on June 12, 2014, at page 6719 of the debates, quote, "I would have been inclined to rule the motion out of order had this matter been raised within a reasonable delay. To be clear, the chair did not readily deem the motion to be procedurally inadmissible, as the NDP House Leader suggested. Instead, in the absence of any objection at the time the motion was moved, the matter went forward and the motion was adopted," end quote. To argue inadmissibility more than 14 weeks after the House adopted the order, as the Liberal House Leader now attempts, simply cannot be allowed. But of course, I would argue that the ruling that the motion was admissible. I would argue that the ruling that the motion was admissible would be the same today as it would have been on June 6th. Fifthly, as to whether redactions were authorized or not, I would recall the law clerk and parliamentary counsel's own words on page 2 of his July 17th report to you on compliance with the order. Quote, "I also note that the order did not contemplate that redactions be made to documents or that information be withheld." The Mango passage, which the Government House Leader cited, reads, crucially, quote, "The only limitations which could only be self-imposed," end quote. No limitation in the House's June 10th order to allow for redactions were self-imposed, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. As I mentioned in my original arguments, it is always for the House itself to determine the scope of its document production orders and to judge the government's reasons for refusing to provide information. It does that through the course of debate, amendment, and voting. Regardless, should you disagree with me on this point about redactions, it still does not excuse those government institutions which have failed to provide all the required documents by the deadline imposed in the House's order. Sixthly, with respect to the Government House Leader's concern about the charter rights of anyone who might have defrauded the government or otherwise participated in government corruption, I would recall for you her own acknowledgement that the chair does not decide questions of law. In any event, it is also important to recall that the law of parliamentary privilege is a body of constitutional law on equal footing with the charter. As for a policy-based argument about charter concerns, that is one which I would submit would be more properly made in the course of debate on the June 6th opposition motion, or should you find a prima facie contempt on the subsequent privilege motion, which the House would debate. These views certainly weren't advanced during the June 6th debate. During that debate, Liberals were much more focused on speaking about a machinery of government announcement that the Liberals had come up with a new way to deliver its green slush fund. My counterpart suggested that perhaps a Procedure and House Affairs committee study might be appropriate. To that, allow me to quote from paragraphs 84 and 86 of the 2019 report of the UK House of Commons Procedure Committee on Document Production I cited in my original arguments. Quote, "Ministers are responsible for putting before the House their arguments against the disclosure of information which they believe requires protection. If they then cannot persuade the House to endorse those arguments by the process of decision and vote, or do not attempt to do so, they must determine how far they should comply with the resulting resolution or order of the House. It is not for the House to put in place procedures and practices which shield ministers from the exercise of this responsibility. The House alone determines the scope of its power to call for papers. In its consideration of each motion, it is able to discern whether an inappropriate or irresponsible use of the power is sought, and whether it is being asked to require the production of information from ministers on a scale disproportionate to the matter under debate. We expect that in each such case, the House will continue to exercise its judgment in favor of a responsible use of the power," end quote. Seventhly, As for the Liberal House Leader's concerns about it appearing as if the House is directing law enforcement, I would recall the comments of the Bloc Québécois House Leader that it is up to the RCMP to decide what to do with the documents. The House order solely required the law clerk and parliamentary counsel to transmit the documents. It does not oblige the RCMP to open the envelope or insert the USB key into a computer. In any event, I would take note of the paragraph 11.29 of Erskine May 25th edition, quote, in cases of breach of privilege, which are also offenses at law, where the punishment which the Commons has power to inflict would not be adequate to the offense, or where for any other cause the House has thought a proceeding at law necessary, either as a substitute for or in addition to its own proceedings, the Attorney General has been directed to prosecute the offender, end quote. Lee expands upon this issue at pages 211 to 213 of his book, for those who are interested in reading more. Students of the UK Parliament will recall that their House of Commons used to have, until recently, an annual practice of adopting, on the opening day of each session, a sessional order directed to the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police to keep the streets leading to the Palace of Westminster free and open. Now, I'm not suggesting that we direct the police or prosecution here, but it is a point which is important to understand the authority of the House of Commons. Finally, as for the Liberal House Leader's argument that the only appropriate motion would be to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I disagree. When her deputy tried to advance the same argument in respect of the proposed motion to address the question of privilege concerning the ArriveCan contractor, Christian Firth's refusal to answer committee questions, the Speaker ruled on March 22nd, 2024, at page 21946 of the debates that, quote, I am of the view that it is procedurally in order. As with the case cited from June 2021, the motion provides for a specific remedy to the offense, end quote. My motion would do just that, provide a remedy to reorder the production of the documents. Bosc and Gagnon describe at pages 986 and 987 the options available to a committee which meets resistance to its document production orders, to accept the refusal, to seek a compromise, or to insist on its position by upholding its original order. My proposed motion effectively is that third option. I would submit that for this purpose, there is no distinction between the House or one of its committees. In any event, Bosc and Gagnon discuss at pages 138 and 987 the scenario where a committee will report to the House on a case of disobedience to a document production order, which I note would be a contempt, may be addressed by the House adopting its own order for the production of documents. Indeed, the 2021 case mentioned saw the House order the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada attend at the bar of the House for, among other things, the purpose of turning over the documents which had not been provided. That was in turn modeled on precedent cases which Bosc and Gagnon describes at pages 131 and 132. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the arguments of the government House Leader simply do not add up. The government failed to respect the validly expressed and lawfully will of the House of Commons. That is a contempt of Parliament. And if you agree, Conservatives will give the Liberal Prime Minister one more chance to respect Parliament and turn over its green slush fund documents within 1 week. Simply put, Madam Speaker, all the arguments that the government House Leader made would more properly be not for the chair's consideration, but for members' consideration during debate on the privilege motion itself. The chair is not supposed to accept new restrictions on the power of the House's authority to send for papers. That is something that only the House can do itself. The Speaker's role in this case is just to simply judge, almost like a simple mathematic formula. A production order was tabled, debated, and voted on. It passed. That checks that box. Was the production order respected? No. So there's only one conclusion. If the production order is not respected, the Speaker must put that issue to the House, and then the House can decide what the most appropriate remedy is. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for the comments. That will be added. The honourable member for Rennes-Capelle on another matter.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to contribute to the question of privilege raised by the honourable member for Vancouver East concerning the special report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. The honourable member is right to be worried about foreign interference, and especially about the Liberal government's abject failure to do anything about it. Indeed, several Conservatives, like the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills and Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, as well as our former colleague Kenny Chiu, have also been targeted by the Beijing communist regime's tactics. This committee's special report made a lot of sensational revelations about the extent of foreign interference in the federal political scene, many of which the honourable member cited in her intervention. In fact, all Canadians were shocked by the special report. There's one more revelation from the special report, which I think speaks to the very heart of why we should be worried about the Liberal Prime Minister's inexcusable failures to defend Canadian democracy from outside interference. The special report revealed at page 126 that, quote, in December 2019, the clerk of the Privy Council sought the Prime Minister's authorization to implement the committee's recommendations by having CSIS brief parliamentarians in the early weeks of the 43rd Parliament. The Prime Minister's office never replied formally to the recommendation. In December 2020, the NSIA returned to the Prime Minister to seek authorization for CSIS to brief parliamentarians. The package for the Prime Minister included draft instruction letters to the Ministers of Public Safety and Defence to coordinate the briefings, end quote. Conservatives have recently come to learn that this project wasn't advice which was closely held to the Prime Minister and his most immediate advisors. The Privy Council Office has released, under the Access to Information Act, an unredacted version of the Government House Leader's 2019 Transition Briefing Book, which also discusses the parliamentary briefing proposal. In November 2019, the Prime Minister's recently resigned Quebec lieutenant was informed at page 27 of his briefing book, quote, pending a decision by the Prime Minister, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, CSIS, and PCO have prepared an unclassified introductory briefing on foreign interference risks faced by parliamentarians. The briefing could be delivered to MPs and senators in sessions offered by the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, Government House Leader, and the Government Representative in the Senate in the early weeks of the 43rd Parliament, end quote. So now we know that the public service was pushing at all corners of this Liberal government to make sure parliamentarians were alert to the threats around us. But guess what, Madam Speaker? Those briefings were never held, nor were they ever offered. NSICOP tells us that when they asked him why he never took action, quote, the Prime Minister responded that he thought that the Parliamentary Protective Service already briefs new parliamentarians about foreign interference, end quote. If that is to be believed, that answer is dripping in ignorance, Mr. Speaker. And it is ignorance in which the Prime Minister would prefer to keep Canadians about the threats posed by foreign interference to Canada's Parliament. Under subsection 21.5 of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians Act, the Prime Minister directed the committee to provide him with a revised report, revised to redact the names of individuals involved. It is, frankly, unacceptable that any parliamentarian would wittingly aid a hostile foreign power to undermine our democratic process and elections, which every member of Parliament is sworn to protect. Canadians deserve to know if federal parliamentarians have knowingly engaged in activities on behalf of foreign governments that have undermined Canada's national interest. NSICOP's findings cannot be ignored, and we can't trust the Prime Minister on this critical issue. That is why Conservatives have been calling since June for those parliamentarians who have betrayed Canada's interests to be named. If Canadians are to continue to have faith in their federal democratic institutions, they need to know who has broken their oath and betrayed their trust. This is what Canadians deserve. Anything less risks fueling public suspicion about a cover-up of information known to this Liberal government about members of Parliament working for foreign states against the interests of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Again, I thank the honourable member for the comments. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-66, Military Justice System Modernization Act.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important debate. At one level, this is a relatively simple bill and transfers the issues of sexual offenses from the military jurisdictions to the civilian jurisdiction so that military personnel are treated in the same manner and fashion that our civilians. So, and this flows from a rather lengthy response. No bill or no change in culture happens quickly, whether it's in the military or otherwise. But this is the House Standing Committee on National Defence, MND update to Parliament on the Arbour recommendations, December 13th, 2022. And in the last page of this 50 or 60 page document, Madam Speaker, is recommendation number 5, which is that the government of Canada to proceed with this bill. And it goes into some detail, which is not necessary, but I'm happy to table it. But it does also outline the implications and the efforts that the government has made to complete this recommendation, including consultations with territories and provinces, and ministers meeting with ministers, both the National Defense Minister, Public Safety Minister, Justice, and Justice Minister with all the provinces and territories. I won't detail all of the work that has gone into this responding to this recommendation. It may well appear that it's kind of a simple thing to just take the jurisdiction from the military courts and put it into the civilian courts, but it is a lot of work, and I want to commend the ministers, and I think it is ministers who have worked diligently on bringing us to this point today. Now, Madam Speaker, I understand that this bill will gain a lot of support in this House, and I think so it should. And it is, I think, in some respects, symbolic of what has been how should we say, a slow and painful culture change in the military. And in some respects, it's a very symbolic bill in that it's a particular marker of response by the military. And Madam Speaker, Canada's military today is not your father's military. It is certainly not your grandfather's military. It is a far more sophisticated organization, and it calls upon a range of talents and abilities that probably couldn't have even been dreamed of even 10 or 20 years ago. And therefore, Canada's military needs to be a welcoming and inviting organization for all of Canada's citizens to participate in. And I point you to, Madam Speaker, the first recommendation of the Defense Committee on June 22, 2022, where the government of Canada take decisive steps to transform the institutional culture within the Canadian Armed Forces to ensure an inclusive, safe, and respectful workplace for all Canadian Armed Forces and Department personnel. That is, if you will, the core reason why this bill is in front of this House, because we need to change. The threat environment, even in the last 2 years, has dramatically changed, Madam Speaker. You can think of Ukraine. You can think of the South China Sea. You can think of Palestine. I mean, this morning we had a threat briefing from 3 very able individuals, and all of, I must admit that all of my colleagues on the committee came up to me afterwards and said, that was really excellent. That was really excellent. And because the threat environment has changed, and because we need a, if you will, a whole of society response to this change in culture, this kind of bill needs to take place, because it is essentially treating these kinds of offenses in the same manner that offenses would be treated in a civilian court. And there should be no difference. And there are difficulties with the military justice system. You know, if you have an incident of some kind or another, and it's with 2 uniformed personnel, somebody is saluting somebody, and if the incident takes place, and after the incident takes place, you still have to carry on your regular business of the day. It's extremely awkward and extremely difficult, and in part while we properly focus on the person that is, if you will, the victim here, we also need to keep in mind that justice is on both sides. So, Madam Speaker, we need in the Canadian military a wide diversity of skills. And I want you to think for a moment or of a young woman or a young man, for that matter, contemplating a career in the Canadian military. And there has been in the past, and I hope no longer, but in the past, the perception that there was a high percentage of chance that over the course of that career, some sexual incident will happen. So think of that as a young woman or a young man. So I'm being invited into an organization where there is a significant chance that something will happen. Then think of it in terms of, and if something happens, there's a significant chance that the resolution will be unsatisfactory. And then think of it in terms of, I'm not going to get into the same justice system as if the exact same incident happened on the street, if you will, for want of a better term. And then think of it in terms of, that's going to affect my career. And then think of it in terms of the discharge arrangements for my career will not be as satisfactory as they otherwise could be. Now, ask yourself how that works for a military that's trying to recruit people. Think of it from the young woman's standpoint or the young man's standpoint, not an attractive career aspect to join the Canadian military, where we need her skills and his skills. And so in some respects, Madam Speaker, this bill deals with one of the more egregious aspects of recruitment and retention. The Canadian military is undermanned, underpersoned, significantly, something in the order of 16,000 people. When I asked General Allen how many people were applying, she said 70,000 people. And how many are we processing? Oh, about 4,000 or 5,000 a year. That's not a great outcome, Madam Speaker. This is we need to up our game. The threat environment has changed dramatically. This bill is a symbolic and real response to a culture change. We need to have those skills available to the Canadian military, and I'm rather hoping that with the cooperation of our friends and colleagues, that we will move on this legislation so that we can demonstrate that we are serious about making this cultural change and reflecting that. So I thank you for your time and attention, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his remarks. I was on the Status of Women Committee when we studied sexual assault in the military and the heartbreaking stories of the trauma that had been experienced demanded urgent action. But here we are 2 and a bit more years later with nothing much done from this Liberal government. And here we are, bringing a bill that may not even make it through the Senate by the time the next election happens. Specifically in this bill, I am concerned about the increase of ministerial powers to get involved in an individual case, because we saw in the past those same members and ministers of defense obstructing in the General Vance case and in several other cases. And so could the member comment on what protections will be in place to ensure that ministers don't intervene in a way that is detrimental to the survivors?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I think a proper reading of the bill actually deals with the concern that's raised by the minister or by the member, and that there is a concerted effort to simply treat this kind of incident in the same fashion as a civilian incident. Period. End of sentence. I'd also say to the honorable member, I'd encourage her to read the response of the Defense Department in the final paragraph that precipitates this bill, and all of the efforts that the ministers and the governments have made to make what appears to you and to me to be a simple change. It actually turns out to be fairly complicated and with some resistance on the part of civilian courts and the various governments that they represent.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. He is wise, but I just want to remind him when he says that the example has to come from the head. The General Vance, that was appointed by the Conservatives and that was protected by the Liberals, was during his entire term not accused, but there were some red flags in his file. My question is the following. We're talking about 2015, the first Deschamps report that talked about the same issues of sexual misconduct. In 2022, Ms. Arbour presents a report, or is asked to present a report that goes in the same direction. She said, why should I draft a report on this? Because the report has already been done. Could my colleague explain why nothing was done after 2015? Because it's been many years since the two reports have come out now.
Scarborough-Gilwood.
We would all wish to move more rapidly. That's a given. But even Madam Justice Arbour, very familiar with how legislation gets created, how legislation gets implemented, et cetera, recognized that this was going to take time. I'm rather pleased that during the interim, the government has, in many instances, responded quite significantly to the other recommendations that Madam Justice Arbour put forward and which have been in various stages of implementation. I think it's legitimate on the part of the honourable member to continue to call the government to account for not only the recommendations that she's made.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, the NDP has been fighting for meaningful legislation to be brought forward since the government first announced the transferring of cases. But the government's delay in bringing this legislation forward has had the tragic consequence of survivors being robbed of justice by concurrent jurisdictions causing cases to be stayed. Now, Madam Speaker, this legislation, we want it to reach committee quickly. I think we're hearing that around here, so we can actually strengthen the bill and ensure more cases aren't stayed. But we also know that this bill needs to pass to protect future cases from potentially being stayed by undue delays in transferring of evidence. But many survivors, Madam Speaker, have expressed their frustration that this bill was created by Ottawa lawyers without their input. How can the government protect survivors when the minister isn't actually consulting them?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Gilwood, a very brief answer.
I'm as interested in getting this bill to committee as the honourable member is. I chair that committee. Insofar as I have any authority in that committee, it will move as quickly as we can move it. And I'm looking forward to the cooperation of my colleagues on it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is good to be back after the summer break and have my first speech in the House and represent the good people of Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. I would like to start off by saying that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Calgary-Mindapore. And I'd like to start off by saying I'm happy that I have been given the opportunity to be able today to speak to Bill C-66, a bill to introduce changes to the national defense aimed at modernizing the military justice system and responding to the recommendations made by two former justices of the Supreme Court of Canada. This is the government's long overdue legislation to try and finally apply recommendations made in numerous reports regarding sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces.
We must continue to address sexual misconduct, discrimination, racism, and other forms of harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces because all military members deserve a safe and respectful workplace. The previous Conservative government accepted all recommendations from the Deschamps report to eliminate all forms of sexual harassment from the Canadian Armed Forces. This important report was ignored by this government, and it is disappointing that this Liberal government has failed to act on this important report. Liberals can't be trusted to stop sexual assault within the Canadian Armed Forces because of their soft on crime policies. After 9 long years of this Liberal government and 2 more reports from former Supreme Court justices, victims of military sexual misconduct are still no closer to having their cases dealt with properly. I support Bill C-66, but let me make this perfectly clear. It needs to be carefully studied at committee to ensure concerns from all stakeholders are taken into consideration and amended appropriately. There are also outstanding concerns about the ability of the civilian judicial system to handle these particular cases, given the court system and courtrooms are already backlogged due to the Liberals' soft on crime policies, soft on crime policies, repeat offenders on the get out of bail and jail and committing more crimes. It's a continual cycle that this Liberal government has created. Their present catch and release system is failing the people of Canada, and if implemented in the military, will fail both the military and the people of Canada. The Liberals have had many reports that they could have already acted on, but instead, we are in the last year of a parliamentary session, and only now are they taking any legislative action. The reports include that I am speaking of include the 2015 Deschamps report, which I mentioned earlier, the 2018 Auditor General report on inappropriate sexual behavior in the Canadian Armed Forces, the 2021 Justice Fish report, the 2021 DND Canadian Armed Forces Ombudsman report on sexual misconduct, and also the 2021 Eliminating Sexual Misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces report from the Status of Women Committee. There would also have been a report by the Standing Committee on National Defence, but the Liberals instead chose to filibuster and keep committee in the same meeting for 3 months, then prorogue Parliament for the Prime Minister's impromptu election in 2021. Instead of taking action, they asked for another report by another former justice and got the 2022 Arbor report. I will add here that according to Statistics Canada data reported since 2015, disappointingly, the total sexual assaults in Canada were up 74.83% and increased an additional 71% last year. These are horrific to hear. These are stats that we do not want to hear. These are stats that we cannot ignore, though. We did our own study in Veterans Affairs Committee on women veterans and spent a lot of time speaking with survivors of military sexual trauma. This study took the better part of a year, and we heard several difficult stories dating back to when women were first admitted into the Canadian Armed Forces. For me, personally, these were horrific to hear and have left an lasting impression on me, and an impression on me that we need to act correctly and do better. One of the issues we heard about was the Canadian Armed Forces' ability to investigate these claims. Jennifer Smith said in her testimony, and I quote, "I have spoken about it in federal court. I have given this information to many, many high-ranking officials. I've even provided the names of some of my attackers as well as pictures. Again, I've never been offered the opportunity to file a complaint. I still don't know what avenue I have to go forward with this. I've been told to write it down on a claim form. I feel that this goes beyond that. This is criminal activity. I know who did it. I know some of the people who did it. I'm just wondering why no one has come to me or reached out to me. I've given the information. I haven't been asked if I want to go forward with that or been presented with some of the options. That has not happened." That's from Jennifer Smith. Clearly, there is a need to have civilian courts investigate these cases outside the chain of command of military. So our committee made just that recommendation. However, this same recommendation has been made several times before, going back to the Deschamps report of 2015, nearly a decade ago. And just now, a year away from the next scheduled federal election, the government is finally going forward with legislation on this. It is instances like this that make it so difficult to take this Liberal government seriously. To reconcile horror stories, I hear firsthand of pain and suffering and not acting. On top of that, this government has spent the last decade pushing our courts to breaking point. Their soft on crime bills, C-75 and C-5, have led to skyrocketing crime rate in Canada. Statistics Canada lists total sexual assaults as increasing by 75% in 2015. This Prime Minister has continuously shown that he does not take the safety and security of Canadians seriously. His government is watering down serious offenses. These offenses include date rape, drugs, human trafficking, which is on the rise. They once again prioritize the rights of criminals over the rights of victims. So at a time when our courts are overworked and understaffed, this legislation aims to add more cases to their dockets. This is one of the serious issues that needs to be examined in committee. I want to share that I've seen the military justice system work while I served. Whether it was summary trial, court-martial, or dismissal of military personnel, I have seen it work, but there has to be another level of oversight. Madam Speaker, the next Conservative government will rebuild the Canadian Armed Forces by cutting down the bureaucracy on consultants. We will make sure that the money is going to the Canadian Armed Forces, and we will restore the honor and integrity of our military heroes that Canadians can be proud of. And finally, Madam Speaker, we will reserve the left-wing liberal woke culture and return the warfighting capabilities of the brave women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's what I want to know. How can the government talk about how can the opposition talk about the previous government doing so much for the military justice system? They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything when they were in power, and now they're criticizing us. That's why this bill is important. Of the 28 recommendations of Justice Arbour have been implemented by our government. We have until 2025 to implement the rest. But now we are here to talk about Bill C-66 because Recommendation 5 must lead to a change to the National Defence Act. What I want to know from my colleague is, will he allow us to send this bill to committee so that we can continue to move it forward? Thank you.
Lanigan.
Well, Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And I will say again, as I pointed out in my speech, that under the Conservative government, that we did initiate reports, and these were delayed by the Liberal government. And I will also go on to say, as I have stated in my speech, that we believe that not everybody has been heard in this. And so because of the way that this report is written, that we want it to go to committee so that we can make some adjustments and also have input. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. It made a lot of sense. And it noted that there is still a lot of work to do, which we will do in order to protect people, including members of the armed forces. Sending this bill to committee is a good first step. It must also be sent to the Senate and eventually receive royal assent. That's what our duty is. If my colleague doesn't have confidence in the government, does he at the very least have confidence in the other opposition parties?
My answer is no. I have no confidence in the other parties within this House. I have full confidence in the Conservative Party, and I'm grateful to be representing the Conservative Party in my riding. And what I will say, though, is I want to see this report go to committee so that we can have input and so that some of the reports that we have dealt with in the past can reflect this. Thank you.
Questions, comments, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I, of course, am in the same committee with him with the veterans, and I was one of the lead people that put forward the study on women veterans, which, for this place to know, had never been done in Parliament before, a focused study on women veterans. And one of the things that we heard from those women was that because they were serving federally and moving from one province to another, sometimes where the incident happened was in the incident where they were, and so cases got dropped. So we need to figure this out in the civilian world, that wherever it happens, that those things don't happen. So I'm wondering if this member is going to work seriously in this committee. I hope to see them move rapidly, because this is a big issue that needs to be addressed immediately. And I hope that they'll be dealing with real issues that matter to women veterans, and of course, hopefully not playing the games that the Conservatives like to play.
Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I thank my colleague, and I thank for her work on the Veterans Affairs Committee. And as she's heard during committee, that when I served with the Canadian Armed Forces, for me, you always wanted to protect everybody that was in your platoon. You always protected. It didn't matter what race, what sex you were. And so obviously I want to make sure that everybody is protected. And obviously we would like for this to be expedited as quickly as possible. But also we have to also take time to make sure that there is input and that we want to make sure that people are truly protected. Doesn't matter what province you're in, what country you're in, when you're serving, that they're looked after. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be here speaking in the House.
People of Calgary, Midnapore, who I continue to be so proud to represent. I'm here today, Madam Speaker, speaking on Bill C-66. Madam Speaker, I'll just start by saying that as a Conservative, as a female Conservative, a woman here in the House of Commons, I definitely believe, Conservatives definitely believe, we need to continue to address sexual misconduct, discrimination, racism, and other forms of harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces, because all military members deserve to have a safe and respectful workplace. And I believe this as the Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board as well. I'll also say, and I say this with a lot of pride, that Conservatives are proud of and support all of our men and women in uniform who serve Canada. Let's give a round of applause in the House of Commons right now. Thank you very much for all the men and women who serve Canada. So the principle of this bill is to be respected, is to be appreciated. But I think we need to really consider, Madam Speaker, the two major factors when we consider Bill C-66. And that is, number one, the results, what we've seen from this Liberal government so far. Is their money where their mouth is? And secondly, what's really important in our military? What's really going on with our armed forces at this time? Now, Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has had several reports that they could have acted on. But instead, here we are in the last year of the parliamentary session for this government, and only now are they taking action on certain reports. These reports include the 2015 Deschamps report, first of all, the 2018 Auditor General report on inappropriate sexual behavior in the Canadian Armed Forces, the 2021 Justice Fish report, Madam Speaker, the 2021 DND CAF Ombudsman report on sexual misconduct, the 2021 Eliminating Sexual Misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces report from the Status of Women Committee, which my colleague, the member for Sarnia-Lambton, alluded to in her question to the previous Liberal Speaker. And there also would have been a report by the Standing Committee on National Defence. But this government instead chose to filibuster and keep committee in the same meeting for 3 months, then prorogue Parliament for the Prime Minister's impromptu election. So instead of taking action, they asked for another report by another former justice and got the 2022 Arbor report. Meanwhile, according to Statistics Canada data, since 2015, total sexual assaults at all 3 levels in Canada were up to 74.83% and increased an additional 71% last year alone, Madam Speaker. But my point is, Madam Speaker, this government has had the opportunity through several reports to take action, and they have deferred this taking action. Most insulting, Madam Speaker, which my colleague referred to, was how this government handled the sexual misconduct cases in 2021. For over 6 months, the Prime Minister and then Defense Minister and now Minister for Emergency Preparedness continually covered up information on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. And this is something we are not surprised to see on this side of the House, that these concerns, these pleas, these issues of great importance would only be spoken to, given platitudes, not real action taken upon. The Liberals then went on to great lengths to block investigations and to hide the truth from Canadians. And again, this is not only with harm within the Canadian Armed Forces themselves, but as a result of soft on crime bills like C-75 and C-5, Statistics Canada data since 2015, in addition to the 2 previous data points I gave, total sexual violations against children are up 118.85%. Forcible confinement and kidnapping are up 10.63%. Indecent harassing communications are up 86.41%, Madam Speaker. Non-consensual distribution of intimate images are up 801.17%, and trafficking in persons is up 83.68%. So these are the results, Madam Speaker, that we are seeing as a result of the inaction of this government. They put forward these bills like C-66, but they have done nothing in all of their previous platitudes and all of their previous grandstanding fake efforts to make real change, not only within Canadian society, but within the Canadian Armed Forces. Annual number of reported incidents of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces were, in 2018, 2019, 256, up to 356 in 2019, 2020, up to 431 in 2020, 21, up to 444 in 2021-22, and last year up to maintain the same 443 in 2022-2023. So you see, Madam Speaker, they talk a lot about things that they want to do, reports that they're doing, announcements that they make, but the results speak for themselves. Nothing has changed, nothing has improved in these Canadian Armed Forces. So that's our first point, is the results. We are not seeing the results for their efforts because, frankly, Madam Speaker, they aren't doing anything. The second is, Madam Speaker, we need to admit the serious status of our Canadian Armed Forces. And after 9 years of this Liberal government, our military is in a state of disrepair. This government has failed our Canadian Armed Forces and the men and women who serve. Our troops are hurting at home and abroad. They've been sent overseas and forced to pay for their own meals and buy their own equipment. Military families are turning to charity because they can't even afford the basic necessities. Madam Speaker, in 2017, the Prime Minister promised to invest more in our forces, but has instead let $10 billion lapse and is now cutting the defense budget by another $1 billion. And this cut affects operational spending. This means that the situation facing our troops is not getting better. It's getting worse after 9 years of Liberal neglect. And the Liberals have overspent in every department except our military. They have shown that they don't care about our troops or the Canadian forces. And Madam Speaker, this is being noticed internationally. It's being noticed at NATO. It's being noticed by what is historically our greatest neighbor and ally to the south, the United States of America. It's the reason, Madam Speaker, we were excluded from AUKUS, the Australia-UK-US arrangement, as well as the quadrilateral security dialogue between Australia, India, Japan, and the US. And Madam Speaker, if you can believe it, there are even discussions to exclude Canada from the G7, if you can believe it, as a result of our lack of commitment. We do not put our money where our mouth is. But then again, this is not a surprise from a Prime Minister who told our heroes that they are asking for more than we can give. We are not taken seriously abroad, Madam Speaker, as a result of constant lack of judgment, whether our Prime Minister is praising the Cuban regime, whether they are siding with Hamas over Israel and refusing to support the US and moving their embassy to Israel. So it is just a constant lack of decision-making to stand with our allies. And as I said, Madam Speaker, the funding, the Prime Minister and his Defense Minister cutting $1 billion per year over the next 3 years and allowing $10 billion to lapse in the defense budget over the last several years. And in fact, according to the most recent public accounts, lapsed $1.2 billion in defense spending in 2021 alone. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, they can say that they care, that they're doing these nice things. They have had the opportunity to do much. They have constantly kicked the ball down the field, not done anything. But the results speak for themselves. The numbers show that crime, acts of violence have not improved in society with their legislation, nor within the Canada Armed Forces. And most humiliating, most embarrassing is the standing we've lost with our allies within the world, that we are being considered getting kicked out of the G7. And the numbers, the spending show it. A Conservative government will commit the spending, will stand with our allies, will show our men and women in uniform that we support them. And I look forward to doing that along with the member for Carleton. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the member opposite's speech. I would just like to inquire, we had a couple of important votes here in the House, not just recently, in the last 6 or 7 months, where we were voting on money for the Canadian Armed Forces. We were voting on money, for example, to support their Operation Unifier, the work they were doing in support of Ukraine. We voted on money for their raise. And the member opposite, who just proclaimed her support for the Canadian Armed Forces, actually voted against those supports. And every single time over the past 8 years, we've more than doubled the defense budget And every single time those votes came up, the member opposite, while she's been a member of this House, voted against it. And so I just wonder how she reconciles her statement of support with her actions. And I would remind her that deeds speak.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The numbers speak for themselves, like $1.12 billion in defense spending alone. This is a minister who's trying to stand up and defend helping Russia export oil and natural resources relative to Ukraine, to help standing against our allies. This is the turbine. The turbine is what I am talking about. Thank you very much. This is a government that is making efforts not to help our ally Israel in sending equipment and which would actually help our allies. I mean, it doesn't matter because they have reduced spending, which shows disrepute to our allies, and as well they have the actions consistently go against what they're saying. He can say whatever.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
And I thank the member for her passion. This is an important thing.
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member. We can't hear her. We have no sound. The honourable member can start again from the top.
And I thank the member for her passion. This is an important piece of legislation that requires such seriousness, especially thinking about the survivors. We've heard that survivors say that this bill wasn't thought through well enough, especially for survivors. And I wonder if she could tell us if the Conservatives would agree at committee to extend the study so that we could make sure that more survivors' voices will be heard at committee.
Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe the NDP member when she says that the survivors feel that the bill wasn't thought through well enough, because nothing which has been done by this government has been thought through well enough, or it has been thought through well enough with the bad intention of covering up, which is what we saw in the Status of Women committee. So I stand with the NDP member.
I'd like to know what the honourable member thinks of this bill. How does she think it could be improved?
Merci beaucoup à ma collègue.
I thank my colleague for her question. In my opinion, I think that the Canadian Armed Forces are not in the best condition. I think we have to look at the Canadian forces and see them as a priority. They will be for the Conservatives because we will make sure they have the money necessary to do their jobs. And also because we respect our friends worldwide. I think we have to have a much better military force. And this is for Canadians as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment, are that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country, the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, and the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. Please du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister of National Defence has made it clear that he is committed to ensuring that the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces are workplaces where all members, military and civilian, feel supported, respected, and included. While much has been accomplished towards this goal, there is still more to do. Bill C-66 is another critical step towards lasting institutional reform, as well as strengthening trust and confidence in the military justice system. It's the next step in the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces efforts to implement recommendations from the Independent External Comprehensive Review and the third independent review of the National Defence Act. Apart from the recommendations addressed in Bill C-66, the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces have also made progress on recommendations from the Minister's Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination report and the National Apology Advisory Committee report. Overall, these 4 reviews have helped define how DND and CAF are undertaking changes to the military justice system and culture change. That's why today I'd like to provide you with an overview of these independent external reviews and the progress the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces have made to implement the recommendations to date. I'll begin with the Independent External Comprehensive Review, also known as the IECR. This review was launched in April 2021 and led by former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour to examine harassment and sexual misconduct in national defence and the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as policies, procedures, programs, practices, and culture, including the military justice system. And I apologize, Madam Speaker, I should have mentioned in the offset, I need to split my time with the honourable member from Hamilton Mountain. Madam Speaker, the final report was made public on May 30th, 2022, and the minister at the time welcomed all 48 recommendations. When the final report was received, there were 17 recommendations for which implementation could actually be undertaken immediately. These included, but not limited to, the implementation of Recommendation 48, appointing an external monitor to oversee the implementation efforts of the IECR, the IECR's recommendations. The minister at the time appointed Madame Jocelyn Therrien as the external monitor, who provides monthly progress reports to the minister on the implementation of the IECR's recommendation. She also provides biannual progress reports that are made available publicly, Madam Speaker. The minister also announced the implementation of recommendation number 7 and 9, changes to the military grievance and harassment process in August of last year. With the implementation of these recommendations, any CAF member who has experienced sexual harassment can now choose to go directly to, direct their complaint directly to the Canadian Human Rights Commission without first exhausting the internal grievance and harassment process. More recently, in June of 2024, the minister announced that in response to recommendation 1 and 2, the CAF had issued interim policy guidance to abolish the definition of sexual misconduct for its policies and to include sexual assault as the standalone definition, referring to the criminal code as the applicable law. In response to these recommendations, the term sexual misconduct has been replaced with 3 new terms: conduct deficiencies of a sexual nature, harassment of a sexual nature, and crimes of a sexual nature. Sexual assault is also included as a distinct definition in relevant policies. These changes will provide better coherence and clarity, reduce confusion, and better capture the range of inappropriate conduct. He also announced the repeal of the duty to report regulations in response to recommendation number 11. Madame Arbour found that these regulations, while well-intended, took away the agency and control of survivors in the reporting process, potentially leading to re-victimization of those they were meant to protect. The repeal of the duty to report came into effect, Madam Speaker, in June 30th of 2024. And as we see with Bill C-66, the department is seeking to remove the CAF's investigative and prosecutorial jurisdiction over the criminal code sexual offenses committed in Canada, which addresses a part of recommendation number 5 of the IECR. Since December 21st, all new criminal code sexual offense charges are now being laid at the civilian justice system. and no new sexual offense charges are being adjudicated in the military justice system. Bill C-66 also addresses recommendations from the third independent review of the National Defense Act. In November of 2020, the Honorable Justice Fish was appointed to conduct an independent review of specified provisions of the National Defense Act and their operation. In June of 2021, the minister tabled the report before Parliament. Justice Fish provided the minister with 107 wide-ranging recommendations which support the ongoing modernization of the military justice system, military policing, military police oversight, and the grievance process. This is the most comprehensive, independent review and far-reaching examination of the military justice system since the reviews led by the former Chief Justice of Canada, Brian Dixon, in the late 1990s. Bill C-66 addresses 8 recommendations from this review. These amendments seek to, among other things, modify the process for the appointment of the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal, the Director of Military Prosecutions, and the Director of Defense Counsel Services. Also expand the class of persons who are eligible to be appointed as a military judge to include non-commissioned members. And change the title of the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal to the Provost Marshal General to align with the titles of other senior designations in the CAF. These amendments seek to strengthen trust in the military justice authorities operating independently from the chain of command and to bolster the trust and confidence of Canadians in the military justice system. DND and CAF are also building on previous external and internal reports and recommendations focused on racism and discrimination. The Minister's Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination was created to identify ways of eliminating racism, prejudice, discrimination, and gender bias within the military. Madam Speaker, through this report, DND and CAF have established the Director of Anti-Racism Implementation, formerly the Anti-Racism Secretariat, under Chief Professional Conduct and Culture to inform and focus our institutional efforts to address racism and discrimination. We also are collaborating with other government departments in the development of Canada's anti-racism strategy and are expanding the availability of anti-racism resources. Madam Speaker, there are many intersections between this report and the National Apology Advisory Committee report, which included 8 recommendations of the Government of Canada. This included an apology for the treatment of the No. 2 Construction Battalion, the largest all-Black military unit in Canada's history. The government made this historic apology in July of 2022. Madam Speaker, the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces maintain an unwavering commitment to implementing the recommendations of former Supreme Court Justice Arbour and Fish, as well as the recommendations from the Minister's Advisory Panel on Systemic Racism and Discrimination and the National Apology Advisory Committee. The legislative changes proposed in Bill C-66 will play a critical role in helping us implement some of the recommendations from former Justice Arbour and Fish and help us rebuild the trust in the military justice system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je crois comprendre que l'honorable ministre de l'Environnement.
I believe the Minister of the Environment. No? Okay. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. I see that in this bill, it is proposed that common law judges deal with certain issues that previously were within the jurisdiction of military courts. I do think, however, that this will create more work for the civilian courts. I believe that superior courts are already overwhelmed. Now, I have asked the Minister of Justice to nominate more judges because I was told in Gatineau that they need no judges in the region. But here we see that their work is going to become even greater. So can my colleague give us any good news about this? Would his colleague, the Minister of Justice, can he say that there will be new candidates for the bench so that they can deal with this increase in work?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for the question. I agree that we absolutely need to make sure that we're working very closely with the provinces on this issue. We want to make sure that this transition is smooth. I will say that this has been the case for some time now. No cases of sexual misconduct are being adjudicated within the military justice system. All of those cases are being tried in the civil courts. And I will say that ensuring that we're working with the provinces on this is critical. We've heard a number of comments this evening criticizing our government in terms of delays that are provincial in focus. And I think that we have to make sure that we encourage the provinces to make sure that they're investing effectively to make sure there's no backlogs within their court systems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? I have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
There has been discussion amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, on the day the House begins the debate on the second reading motion of Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, one member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party be allowed to speak for no more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, the bill be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. And B, it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development to undertake a study of the factors that led to the recent fires in Jasper National Park, provided that A, the committee invite the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, that would be me, and the President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister of Emergency Preparedness and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development Agency of Canada, and 2, hold no fewer than 3 meetings to be held before October 11, 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All those opposed to what the Honourable Minister has moved will please say nay.
D'accord, la Chambre
The House has heard the terms of the motion.
will please say nay. Carried. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for his history of what has gone on. I know that we heard testimony earlier today about when the survivors of sexual assault had their cases transferred from the military justice system to the civil justice system, that many of the cases got thrown out because they took too long. And so why did the government not recognize that because they had not appointed enough justices, rapists were already going free, and why didn't they take earlier action to put more judges in place so the survivors could have sought justice?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. I'm not going to speak to specific cases because I don't have all that information in front of me, but I will say once again that we've got to work closely with the provinces, and we have to encourage the provinces to make sure that they're investing effectively. This recommendation to move, recommendation 5 from the Arbour report was a pillar recommendation. This wasn't a soft recommendation. This absolutely needs to be done. And we have moved in that direction. We know that this is what the stakeholders were asking us to do. We know that there are going to be challenges as we move forward in regards to resourcing and in regards to making sure that the provinces are properly equipped to manage. But again, This is a provincial level issue. This is a provincial level question. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Almost found me. Almost there. Here I am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for his intervention in the House. And I, too, sit with him on the Committee of Veterans Affairs, and he was part of the significant study we did on women veterans. And what was horrible about that study was watching woman after woman come in and talk about things that had happened to them. And by the way, also were they a victim and now a survivor of sexual interference. And so one of the things that is very clear to me in any marginalized group is there's nothing about us without us. I mean, that's a common thing we hear all the time. So my concern, and I want this bill passed very quickly because I want to protect these women. I want to have their voices heard. But my concern, of course, is if they are not a key part of the consultation process, then that won't be reflected. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about that and if that's going to happen, if the minister will be held to account to make sure it does.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to keep it brief, but there's a lot in that question that deserves an answer. And I do too want to see this go to committee. And as you know, Madam Speaker, I was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence when the meat and potatoes of this study from our board came through, and the work that we've done on this has been critical. I agree wholeheartedly with the member opposite, and I think we will work together. I will point out before you stand up that this is the first piece of legislation in 18 months that I hope and I believe we will see full party support for.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to explain why I heartily support Bill C-66, the Military Justice System Modernization Act. The legislation now before us aims to advance culture change within the Canadian Armed Forces, the CAF, and the Department of National Defence, DND. In particular, the legislation aims to foster a culture free from sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, and misogyny, all of which are forms of gender-based violence. Bill C-66 envisions a safe work environment for all CAF and DND employees with supports for victims and survivors of sexual misconduct, including ready access to mechanisms of justice that are currently available to all other Canadians. The vision of Bill C-66 is aligned with its time, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, and the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, which guide the Government of Canada in preventing and addressing gender-based violence. And through my work as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth, I've traveled the country and I've heard from survivors about the work that still needs to be done to ensure women veterans are heard and that they are represented and visible in the strategy. The whole of government must address the issue of gender-based violence, not only through the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, but through all departments. And this is why Bill C-66 is so important. All federal departments must be part of the strategy. In recent years, Canadians have come to understand the gravity of sexual misconduct, the effect it has on victims, survivors, their families, and on our wider society. The Me Too movement inspired thousands of victims and survivors to tell their stories, often for the first time, and we started to see some real change. Women were not allowed to serve in combat roles in the Canadian military until a Human Rights Tribunal decision in 1989. That was the year Heather R. Erxleben became the first woman to join an infantry unit. But I've learned that at the time, there was little thought or effort to accommodate the needs of women who joined the armed forces, like properly fitted uniforms and safety equipment and an appropriate military culture. Recently, as part of my role on the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs, I participated in the study that led to the report, Invisible No More, the Experiences of Canadian Women Veterans. And Speaker, I'm going to share some of the things that we heard at that committee, but I want to start with a warning, because these are stories of sexual violence. They're difficult to hear, and I imagine some of the people watching will want a moment to turn away. They might be triggered with what I'm about to share. One witness told us, "I was drugged, kidnapped, and gang raped while attending mandatory training. The last thing I remember was dozing off in class after our lunch break in the cafeteria and waking up in complete fear in an unknown location with motel staff waking me. I was completely naked with no identification, covered in blood and bruises. I couldn't walk. While the military government covered up a crime, the criminals climbed the ranks. Another woman said this: I've seen it over and over again. I've seen on basic training warrant officers sleeping with cadets and using it as a tool to get sex, convincing a cadet that if they do this, they'll pass basic training. Sexual abuse was used as a way of almost controlling women. I spent a year at one time in my career as a commander hiding from senior officers. I mean that literally. Another veteran: how do I tell you what it's like to be in the middle of the ocean with no land in sight for days, or in the Gulf of Oman, or off the coast of Panama, or even 12 nautical miles off the coast of Vancouver Island, and to be told that if there was an accident, no one would hear my screams? Or sailing with people who would grab my body, manipulate me, brainwash me, and use me as a sex toy. And the final quote I will share: from the beginning and throughout my career of 26 years, I was subjected to misconduct by men. In the beginning, it was to make me give up, but later on, it was to appropriate my body, from verbal harassment to touching to forced kissing by superiors. It was also the invasion of my private life as a way to force me to accept the unacceptable. However, I consider myself lucky. I was not one of those who was raped. Speaker, Canadians are now more aware than ever that acts of sexual misconduct have occurred far too often, have been tolerated far too readily, and the impacts are deep, powerful, and persistent. Bill C-66 is a step toward ensuring the goal that all CAF members are respected and safe while they serve. Canadians have also heard about policies and practices, formal and informal, that help create a culture of secrecy and tolerance and make perpetrators feel like they can get away with their actions without any consequences. By eliminating some of these policies and practices, C-66 would put an end to this sense of impunity, and it would help CAF and DND establish and maintain more trauma-informed, progressive, respectful, and positive organizational cultures. The effective elements of Bill C-66 are rooted in studies led by two of Canada's former Supreme Court justices. The Honourable Morris Fish completed the third independent review of the National Defence Act 3 years ago, and the Honourable Louise Arbour published the independent external comprehensive review of DND and CAF 2 years ago. Both of these landmark documents come with recommendations for improving organizational culture, particularly when it comes to sexual misconduct. And one of the most effective recommendations can only be adopted through legislative change. It's recommendation number 5 from the Honourable Louise Arbour. It calls for a complete overhaul of the way that sexual offences listed in the criminal code and involving CAF personnel are investigated and prosecuted. For sexual offences committed in Canada, Bill C-66 would assign exclusive jurisdiction to civilian authorities. This change puts a much-needed distance between the chain of command and the team of investigators and prosecutors. And for victims and survivors, the current lack of distance makes it very difficult for them to pursue and achieve justice. Bill C-66 would also implement several recommendations made by former Supreme Court Justice Fish, which make it easier to hold offenders to account. And furthermore, Bill C-66 proposes a series of amendments to other legislation to ensure that the military justice system remains constitutional and aligns with the criminal code and the civilian criminal justice system. And Speaker, Bill C-66 is just one important element of this government's larger strategy to advance culture change within the CAF and DND. A few months ago, the third report of the External Monitor documented recent progress made towards implementing Justice Arbour's 48 recommendations, including transforming the complaint system, including grievances, improvements to the enrollment and recruitment processes, and the creation of the Canadian Military College Review Board, a comprehensive review of basic training in the CAF, and a framework to enhance education related to conduct and culture, and a 10-year plan to identify promising candidates among women and other equity-deserving groups, and a stronger promotion process for senior leaders to better assess character, talent, and competence. Each of these accomplishments is important, and the External Monitor's report notes that the CAF's commitment to change does seem genuine. As my honorable colleagues recognize, systemic change often lags behind social change. And this description certainly seems apt when it comes to sexual misconduct within CAF and DND. The Justice Report suggests that DND and CAF have for a long time failed to properly investigate allegations, prosecute legitimate offenses, or hold perpetrators accountable. Abhorrent behavior has been tolerated for far too long, and the confidence and trust that Canadians once had in the CAF and DND has diminished as a result. Canadians are no longer willing to look the other way. They expect organizations to prevent and address sexual misconduct and misogyny, and they expect elected representatives to do their part. The legislation now before us would help foster culture change and ensure a more trauma-informed and safer work environment for our CAF and DND members. It would ensure accountability. It would support victims and survivors by providing them with the mechanisms they need to pursue justice and hold offenders to account. And so I encourage all of my honorable colleagues to join me and support Bill C-66. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Calgary Rockingham.
Madam Speaker, the Arbor report clearly, yes, did recommend this legislative change, but so did the Deschamps report, which was years earlier. So why does she know why the government, of which she is a spokesperson, waited so long for this legislative change? This was a legislative change that was recommended almost 10 years ago, accepted by the previous government, that sat on this government's desk without movement for years. So here we are, 9 years into this government, in the twilight of this parliament, trying to now implement a change that should have been at least initiated 10 years ago, or close to 10 years ago.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the member opposite noted that the previous federal government didn't do anything on this. And I think in my speech, I outlined several improvements that have already been made to help improve the culture at CAF and DND. This isn't the first step that we've taken. This isn't the only thing we've done. It's something that's taken some time, as we've heard from Louisa Arbour, that it was going to take time to implement some of these recommendations, but we're working on it. We're moving. We're action focused. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Rivière des Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for Hamilton Mountain. I'm very much in favour of this bill so that we can deal with sexual misconduct and other such offences in our civilian justice system. I do hear some victims that are asking to have the choice, civilian court or military court, which surprises me, to be frank, but I would like to ask my colleagues, how does she see this? Could we perhaps allow a victim to choose between the civilian court and a military court?
Le secrétaire parlementaire.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciate my colleague across the way who works with me on the Veteran Affairs Committee.
Je pense.
Yes, I think it's very important that victims be given a choice. But in this case, yes, I'm also surprised by this kind of will. I know I'm not an expert in legal affairs, but I think that there should be one system for everyone. And I think that things should be in civilian courts.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. The more that I'm learning about this bill, the more I'm seeing how important survivors are, survivors of violence in the military. I'm sure that it's already very traumatizing to have to serve in the military, especially in today's society, globally anyway, with all the violence that we're seeing. So in particular with survivors of abuse within the system itself, makes me quite concerned that there are still a lot of questions that need to be answered, including being told that provinces in different provinces, law enforcement in different provinces might not be equipped to deal with investigations or those kinds of things. And I wonder if the member agrees that once this gets to committee, that extending the committee to study this bill specifically to focus on survivors will be so important that that extension is going to be necessary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the honourable member from Nunavut for her question, a very smart question. Absolutely, we want to get, I think that the focus should be getting this study to committee as soon as possible so that it can become legislation as soon as possible. So I'm a little concerned about any delays that may happen. I don't want to see any overextension. I want to see a committee look at this study, make any improvements that are possible, that are necessary, and get it passed in this House of Commons as soon as possible. Thank you.
Excellent.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak in the House, and I'm going to split my time with the member for Lennox, Hastings, and Addington. And so I support C66. I support the principle of this bill. This is a legislative change that is needed to implement a recommendation that was made to the previous government in March of 2015. So that was only a few months before the House rose in 2015, and this government was elected in the election that followed. So this government came into office with the Deschamps report freshly in hand and did absolutely nothing to make this legislative change happen until this year. So last March, 6 months ago, they tabled this bill, and so here we are this week, finally attempting to make the legislative change needed to implement this important recommendation. So the approach on this legislative change for moving the investigation and prosecution of sexual misconduct from military justice to civilian justice is exactly the same approach of everything else that this government does when it comes to the Canadian Armed Forces. Just like everything else, it's delay in implementation. We have, Madam Speaker, right now, ships rusting out at sea. We have fighter jets that we still have not been delivered. This is another thing that 9 years ago, they could have made a decision on that. We'd have the fighter jets by now, but for years and years and years of delay, we don't have them. Submarines, we are lucky to have one submarine in the water for maybe a few dozen days of the year. These submarines that we have were cast-offs from the British Navy from decades ago, and this government has been in power for 9 years and done nothing to procure new submarines. Yes, they say the word submarines in their defense policy update, but that's not the same as actually taking concrete actions to procure, to build, and to have submarines delivered. Tanks. We've had testimony at the Defense Committee about the incredibly small number of tanks that are available, even for training, Madam Speaker, never mind for deployment. Offshore patrol aircraft. They just recently finally signed a contract to replace 40-year-old aircraft that are very close to the end of their operational lives. Air defense systems, Madam Speaker. We do not possess air defense systems. The previous Minister of Defense did announce and accepted extraordinary credit for promising an air defense system to be sent to Ukraine. Almost 2 years ago now, actually announced to a television audience that it was en route to Ukraine, when we subsequently learned that not only is it not en route to Ukraine, there wasn't even a contract signed to procure it. In fact, it's not even produced, Madam Speaker. So this is, again, the delay, the culture of delay, the neglect of this government. So we have information technology that we hear at Defense Committee that is lacking. Housing, base housing in deplorable condition, Madam Speaker. Houses falling apart. A 7,000 long backlog for people to access base housing, barracks in horrific unsanitary conditions, healthcare lacking for military families, hangarage for new transport aircraft and transport and refueling aircraft that are beginning to be procured without a hangar to place them, or even a commitment for where they will be based. Howitzers, artillery pieces, Madam Speaker, entirely lacking, and shells. Madam Speaker, under this government, they let a production line mothball in the threat environment that was emerging. And so now Canada and its allies desperately need artillery shells. We don't have the production. They have for a year and a half been dithering without firm contracts to industry, or being able to send a firm enough signal to industry for industry to make the investments necessary to get our production lines up and running for artillery shells. 2,500 a month. Madam Speaker, that's nothing. That's less than the Ukrainian army would fire before lunchtime on a given day if they have the equipment ready. That is the nature of contemporary threats that we have, Madam Speaker. Artillery matters. If the present conflicts in the world have taught us anything, it's that these equipment pieces and their ammunition supplies are critical. Training, Madam Speaker, 10,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces do not have adequate training to be deployed. Madam Speaker, these men and women want to be trained. They want to be up to deployable levels. They want to do missions. And so 10,000 are undertrained and 16,000 vacancies, Madam Speaker. So we've heard, even the Defense Committee chair earlier in this debate talked about the inability of the Canadian Armed Forces to adequately take in people. Thousands of people are applying, Madam Speaker, to join the forces, and they don't have the capacity to take people in. So there's 16,000 vacant positions in the Canadian Armed Forces. So this bill is addressing the well-known and well-documented problem with sexual misconduct in the military, which is a factor in recruitment and retention, and certainly a factor in morale. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I traveled the summer before last, this past summer, to Latvia with the Defense Committee, where I met some of our troops that are deployed on a critically important mission, Madam Speaker. And these people are the best. I met a 19-year-old private who has more responsibility than I can imagine any young person being given. This very young man actually was responsible for training and for helping Allied soldiers improve and get up to the best of their ability to execute their roles in Latvia. 19-year-old from northern British Columbia. I met a young lieutenant. She was a platoon commander there. Again, a very young woman with extraordinary responsibility for the defense of Allied territory. And these people are the best, Madam Speaker, and they deserve protection. They deserve access to justice when sexual misconduct happens. And what we've talked a lot about culture and culture change in the military. And part of the culture change that needs to happen is overcoming the culture of secrecy, the culture of cover-up. And this culture has permeated to the very top levels, Madam Speaker. We saw the former Minister of Defense covering up the sexual misconduct of the former Chief of Defense Staff. And we have seen this type of behavior at the highest levels. We've heard testimony at the Defense Committee from victims of sexual assault who say that they cannot access justice, not just because of the issue around the lack of access to civilian systems, which this bill would ultimately change, but the inability to get the information that they need to file a complaint, that the reflexive secrecy around even members of the Canadian Armed Forces accessing their own information is a big part of the problem. And this bill won't fix that, Madam Speaker. So there's a long way to go in ensuring justice for members of the Canadian Armed Forces who experience, who are victims of sexual misconduct. And as has been pointed out in this debate as well, it's not like civilian access to justice for sexual assault victims is assured. Far from it. We have seen under this government an erosion of effective law enforcement and justice for victims. We see crime levels that we have not seen in decades. We've seen an acceleration of crime. We've seen a lack of urgency in appointing judges so that assault victims can access justice. And this bill will not change that, Madam Speaker. So yes, this bill is important. Yes, it should go to committee. And once, but it should not skip any of the legislative steps, Madam Speaker. We need a committee, a robust committee study on this. We need to make sure that we get it right, and that all that victims are heard from, and the details of this bill are correct.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I appreciate the member opposite in his speech acknowledging the importance of this bill and his indication that he intends to support it. We agree wholeheartedly. We think this bill is important. Let's get it to committee. Let's get on with the work that needs to be done. I also would like to ask, though, I heard a long litigation of all his previous grievances with respect to the government, but he indicated his personal support for members of the military. And I just would like to know, how would he then reconcile when a vote came before this House to provide the money in order to provide members of the Canadian Armed Forces with a pay raise? He voted against it. And I'm a little curious, like deeds speak, your words are betrayed by your actions. And so I wonder how you reconcile that.
I want to remind the Honourable Minister that he's need to address the questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, I voted against confidence in this government. When the estimates were presented, we voted every chance we had to bring down this government. And those estimates that he speaks of that we voted against contained a cut to the military budget. So I won't take any lessons from him on who supports the military. This government has failed the military every step of the way and continues to do so, notwithstanding this bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. He wandered a little bit, but occasionally he did touch on the bill in his speech. Better than nothing. We have observed that the Conservatives are ready to vote for the bill to go to committee so it can be examined and improved. We are of the same opinion. In the current bill, in section 18, it mentions that guidelines and instructions for investigation should be available to the public. This doesn't seem to be included in the new version of the bill. Could this not lead to problems?
The Calgary Rocky Ridge.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
A good point that he has brought up, and this is why we have legislative processes. This is why this bill needs a thorough study at committee. And while the passage of this bill is urgent, given the length of time that this government has delayed in creating this legislative change, it still can't be rushed. It's got to be done right so that we make sure that that this bill does best serve victims and the members of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for his intervention. This is an important bill, and we've seen far too long the reality of women serving our country being put in positions that are incredibly unjust, and a system that really continues to press upon them silence. So I'm just wondering, I hear what the member's saying about his concerns about how long it's taken. I share those concerns. It would have been nice to see a lot of things happen a lot faster. But in this process, when this bill gets to committee, Will it be a priority of the Conservatives to get this done as quickly as possible, knowing that it has to be done well, so that we can see people in the service fully protected in a new and important way?
That's right. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, the Conservative members of the committee, I am actually no longer a member of the Defence Committee, but my colleagues that remain there are always prioritize important work to ensure the best for our troops, and they will take that approach. They will ensure that this bill is examined correctly, identify any issues that if there are amendments required. We had an intervention a moment ago about some of the details of this bill. So I fully expect that my Conservative colleagues on that committee will do the job that they're elected to do, and ensure that this bill is done right and returned as expeditiously as it can be, while not neglecting their duty to examine the legislation.
Perfect. And I just, before we go up to the next speaker, I just want to remind members, if they're taking if they're going to be speaking, that to make sure their phones are not on their desk, because it causes problem unless their phone is on airplane mode. The reprise de débat, resuming debate, the honourable for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my previous role, I had the great privilege of sitting on National Defence Committee and dealt with a great many issues related to our Canadian Armed Forces, from housing to procurement, access to medical care and supports, recruitment, retention, and closing the commitment capability gap. I was honored to get a near firsthand account of many of the issues DND and the CAF are facing every single day. While these are all incredibly important issues, they desperately need immediate and full attention by this government. There was one in particular that stuck with me, an issue that my colleague on the Status of Women Committee have seen and studied far too often: violence against women. In this session alone, the committee has studied violence against Indigenous women in the context of resource development, interpartner violence, and we are currently in the middle of a study on coercive behavior. In fact, Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, actually studied the very issue that led to today's legislation, sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. Having sat on these two committees at length, so far, the intersection of national defense and violence against women are issues that I, along with my colleagues, are acutely aware of and uniquely positioned to speak on. Sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces is particularly close to my heart, as I have the honor of representing the brave woman that first brought the issue into the public sphere 26 long years ago by appearing on the front cover of Maclean's magazine. Dawn McLemoyle with the words, "Rape in the Military," emblazoned on the front page beside her photo. I honestly believe, Madam Speaker, that the discourse we are having at several committees at the highest level in the Canadian political process would not even be here today if it was not for individuals like Dawn, as well as the litany of other survivors that have courageously chose to come forward with their stories. To each and every single one of them, I am so sorry that your government has failed you time and time again. But now we thank you for bravely sharing your experiences with us. We as legislators, we need to hear it. We as legislators need to act on it. There is so much we need to do. Madam Speaker, while C66 is a start that I look forward to perhaps studying at committee, if they will have me, it is a very limited start. And there is a Herculean amount of legislative and cultural changes in the CAF, particularly in leadership, that needs to happen to properly address this crisis. On this last point, I want to make something very clear. It will take years to change this culture. I've had the pleasure of speaking with General Eyre on many occasions, as well as many other members of the CAF, from flag officers to privates, and I've received nothing but the utmost assurances that they are taking the issue very seriously. And I've never doubted any of them for a second. But all of us sitting in this room are not fools. They are not going to allow a CAF member who could be a liability on the matter to speak to someone sitting on the National Defense Committee. This is particularly why the entire public relations branch exists. I trust the new Chief of Defense Staff, General Kerrigan, will take this matter extremely seriously. It's up to us to ensure that she and her team, as well as the Department of National Defense, have the tools at their disposal to get the job done. I'd like to highlight exactly what I mean when I say C66 is limited in scope. I think the best way to do this is to read into the record the testimony of someone far more knowledgeable on this matter than I. He had to say on April 17th of this year at National Defense Committee, "On that day, Patrick White, a witness who came forward to committee, shared his own sexual harassment story within the CAF as it related to access to information, a key point of contention in properly addressing misconduct in the armed forces. He spoke of the grievance process, the very method through which this entire process starts. It's massively flawed. One of his many salient points is as follows. The grievance system, as it stands, requires individuals like me and others to spend our limited part-time, our free time, to fight a system that is paid and employed full-time to fight back. That's the challenge I have. I'm not an expert on military regulation, military law, etc., but they have access to all of those resources. They also have access to legal advice on those issues. Members don't. What annoys me more than anything is when senior members who have never been affected on this, who have never been affected in the way some of us have flippantly say, if you don't like it, grieve it, knowing full well that they've never had to go through this process, or maybe they did in a minor way and had success. Unfortunately, C66 does not amend the grievance section of the National Defense Act in any way, shape, or form. It addresses a very specific element of a crisis that is caked in generations of institutional rot, flippant indifference, and outright arrogance in the Canadian Armed Forces, in the National Defense, and in Parliament. In that same meeting, Gary Walbourne, former National Defense Ombudsman, who actually had to go to war, so to speak, with the government to get the information he needed to do his job, said, paraphrasing here, "We're talking about people who have been put into positions of authority. There are guidelines on what they're supposed to do. They're well written. However, it's funny that the farther you get up the ladder, the thinner the air gets. I'm sure that's what happens, and the blood rushes to their heads or their egos. We have a system in place. It's circumvented by people in the system. So how do we change the culture? I'll go back to this again. We have to start rewarding proper behavior and punishing bad behavior. Why do we promote people when they do the wrong thing? Others come forward and offer themselves up saying, listen guys, this is what's going wrong. Can we get a little help here? These people are turned on. You absolutely have a fundamental flaw here, but it's not with your policies. Your policies need updating. Sure they do. And you need to adjust a few, add a few things to them, and bring in a few more nuances and codicils there. But what we have to get at is the behavior of the people currently sitting in the seats. Mr. Walbourne is extremely clear. We don't have a policy problem. We have a people problem. And we cannot fix our policy problem if we do not fix the people problem. Any framework set up by any legislation will just fall victim to the same institutional cancer that every single policy framework, D&D and CAF, relating to justice for victims and survivors has since women first entered our armed forces, and quite frankly, festered for decades beforehand. Again, Madam Speaker, to quote Mr. White, if I could leave the committee with one final point to think about, it's that if you really want to get to culture change and solve these issues, you need to look at every single aspect of the system and understand how it feeds back in. That includes the honors and recognition system, the promotion system, the grievance system, and the military police system. All of it, but with a central view of what the effect would be on these sorts of things that we get to. Madam Speaker, correcting the colossal problem starts with us. First, our willingness to actually address the change, and second, our willingness to strengthen, entrench, and enforce legislation and policy that holds public officials including those in the Canadian Armed Forces, public servants, and ourselves as legislators accountable. While C-66 does address some very specific issues in the CAF, there is still no single 35-page bill that will solve a 50-year crisis in the making. C-66 needs to be the first of a suite of legislation brought forward in the place to fix the crisis in the CAF, and it needs to continue past the Liberal government, whenever that may be, into the next, whoever that may be, and it needs continued support from all parties involved. Without that willingness to move forward, men, women, and marginalized Canadians will continue to be victimized, not just in our armed forces, but our public service and society writ at large. Madam Speaker, I'd like to end by addressing the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces directly, both current and former. To those of you that are victims, to those of you that are survivors, we have failed you, and we know we have, but change is coming because of what you have told us. To the vast majority of armed force members who recognize there is a problem but feel helpless because of a broken system that punishes speaking out of drawing attention to inappropriate behavior, stay strong. I'm not here to admonish you. And finally, to those of you who are part of this problem, from the new recruit right up to the flag officers who think you are entitled to another person's agency because that's just how it goes here, or those that continuously look away because he's a really good guy, you are complicit. If what I have said upsets you today, good. I want you to be upset. I want you to lay awake at night and every night worry that the system has enabled and protected your behavior for generations, will collapse, and expose you for what you are. You have no place in the Canadian Armed Forces, and you never have.
Sorry, the honourable member's time is up, and the time for this debate is up. The honourable minister has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, given that all members have in this House have spoken in favor of the legislation before us, would there be unanimous consent to allow Bill C-66 to be sent to committee?
Sure. Why not? Why not? What's wrong with that?
All those opposed to the honourable minister moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. No, sorry, nay. Okay. There's no consent. The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments the next time that this matter is before the House. It being 5:42, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
What did you gain by that?
Private members' business resuming consideration. Private members' business resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-223, National Framework for a Guaranteed Livable Basic Income, standing in the name of Ms. Gazan.
It's not in my control. You can't expect us to say yes to something.
Yes. Order. I'm trying to get the House procedure continuing, and it's very difficult to do that when the clerk's trying to read what we are going to be debating and when individuals are trying to have a debate across each other, across the floor. And so we are now resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to rise in this House on behalf of those I represent in Winnipeg South Centre. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague across the way from Winnipeg Centre, who is also a neighbor of mine. Our constituencies border one another. And I know that the member for Winnipeg Centre comes to work every day, Madam Speaker, with a genuine desire to advocate for those that she serves. And in many instances, Madam Speaker, those that she serves are amongst the most impoverished in our city and in our country. During my years, Madam Speaker, as an educator, as a teacher and a principal in particular, I learned a lot about the various things that are required for kids and their families to live a successful and healthy life. In particular, Madam Speaker, I can recall a program in the Seven Oaks School Division, of which I was an employee, located in the northwest part of the city of Winnipeg for a number of years, that sought to give families and their kids a leg up. And what we did at that time is we took some grant money that had been given to us through a partnership at the province. And we provided those in need. Usually it was single mothers with kids at home living in some precarious situations by virtue of poverty, intergenerational trauma, and other obstacles that daily life presents. And we gave them cash on a monthly basis. And what they did with that money is they invested it in the basic necessities of life, which included food, books, transportation, and other things that would make life easier, healthier, and more comfortable for them and their children. On that note, Madam Speaker, I do want to say that I'm extremely proud of the investments that the federal government is making in a national school food program. I understand that there are some significant conversations happening and progress is underway with my home province of Manitoba, where a collaboration between our two levels of government is going to leverage existing funding to help make sure that kids in need in our province are getting the type of nutritious and healthy food that they need to succeed. And what we saw, Madam Speaker, going back to this program in my former school division, was that people were happier, they were healthier, and they had that boost and that leg up that they needed. Now, Madam Speaker, in my home province of Manitoba, in the 1970s, there was an experiment. It was in the city of Dauphin in northern Manitoba. And it was undertaken and constructed, implemented by a woman named Dr. Evelyn Forget. And I'm very proud to say, Madam Speaker, that Dr. Forget is a constituent of mine. And I remember during my by-election just last year when I knocked on her door and we started talking about basic minimum income, she said, I really think you ought to be thinking about this, and gave me some ideas. And I said, did you know that there was a project in Dauphin in the 1970s? And she said, yes, I wrote it. So it was fascinating for me to have the opportunity to have a constituent with such a high degree of expertise and firsthand knowledge of this important issue. And since then, I've had some very interesting conversations with Madame Forget and with other members of my constituency who have articulated their desire to see me support this piece of legislation put forward by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. What's interesting when you read about the program in Dauphin in the 1970s, and you look at some similar implementation of programs as recently as a few months ago here in the province of Ontario, you see emerging some very interesting stories that paint a picture of the ways in which a form of a basic minimum income could be of benefit to Canadians. So, Madam Speaker, at this stage of the debate, which is one that would, if the bill is able to pass through this stage and then lend itself to further discussion at the committee, is one that is worthy of our support. I believe that it is merited for us to have a longer conversation about this piece of legislation. And I think it's appropriate in our system, in our parliamentary system, that the committee stage, whereby we hear from witnesses and experts who give us guidance on whether or not it makes sense for us to move forward, is an appropriate place for this particular piece of legislation to further explore the merits or the disadvantages of a basic minimum income. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to let the House know that I will be, when the time comes to vote on this particular piece of legislation, lending my support to it. I will note, Madam Speaker, that I do have questions and I do have concerns, particularly as they pertain to cost, fairness, and distribution. However, as I noted a moment ago, Madam Speaker, I trust that a thorough review of the proposed policies that we have seen listed in this piece of legislation at the committee stage will help us to answer those questions and let members decide at that point whether or not the merits of such legislation deserve to go on to the next stage. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to keep my remarks more brief today than perhaps I would otherwise. And I will conclude by again reiterating that I thank my colleague and my neighbor in Winnipeg for putting forward this piece of legislation, for enabling us to have an important discussion in this place about how we can support one another. And I will look forward to following the remarks that are to come from other colleagues as we decide whether or not to allow the legislation to advance to the next stage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's always a great privilege to rise in the House to speak on behalf of the residents of Calgary-Shepherd, who over the past basically 2 years have written to me on multiple occasions, both for and against universal basic income, and specifically on this legislation, as well as what I'll call its partner legislation that is in the Senate as well, which very confusingly has almost the same numbers. So sometimes people get them confused with other bills, and it's very difficult to understand when they send you in the subject line this particular bill, but they don't explain S or C. And then you're trying to figure out, are they talking about certain legislation or others? So I'm always looking to respond to them, but sometimes I get it wrong. Then we have a conversation back and forth. I have taken the time to read the legislation over, so I want to give the member who sponsored the legislation the benefit of going through each section on the merits of the content. Now, I will be voting against it, and so I want to explain section by section why that is. So section 1 is the development, so it says the national framework. This is the part where a lot of constituents have told me that they have concerns about. There are those who support it too, but on the balance of the issue, they want me to vote against it. This would create a national framework for the implementation of a guaranteed livable basic income program throughout Canada for any person over the age of 17, and then goes into including temporary workers, permanent residents, and refugee claimants. Now, this doesn't say successful claimants. It doesn't have the classification of protected persons. It doesn't refer to international students. It uses the wording temporary workers, which could mean a series of different things when you read it over. The bill also doesn't have a royal recommendation. The bill doesn't seek to spend any money. So when I was responding to constituents, I noted that for them. This bill doesn't have a budget assigned to it, doesn't have an amount assigned to it. And so that is one of the reasons I would vote against it right away, because it's creating a framework legislation. I generally don't support framework legislations. I have on a few occasions when I thought it wouldn't be an imposition of huge new costs. Section 2 has a consultation provision. Generally, I like these types of consultation requirements, both with provincial governments, territorial governments, Indigenous governments as well. I think it's more than reasonable. I come from the province of Alberta, where there's a requirement on the provincial government, especially, for example, with Métis settlement general councils, which I think so far we are the only provincial government where it's a requirement. You actually cannot change the legislation affecting MSGCs without their consent, which I think is one of the first, if I'm not wrong, in amongst provincial governments. I think it's a good idea generally. Now onto the content, which is section 3. It says that the framework must include 4 different types of provisions in it. For example, just to give you an example, Madam Speaker, a guaranteed livable basic income program doesn't result in a decrease in services or benefits meant to meet an individual's exceptional needs related to health or disability. But of course, then that would make it not universal. Universal, in my view, would be equal treatment for all, exactly the same. And reading the economic magazines on the subject and journals on the subject, of which I'll refer to in a moment, they specifically state that a UBI or a negative income tax, which famously is kind of where the idea comes from, it has to be completely equal to every single person, regardless of their starting point. There's information in here ensuring participation, education, training, or the labor market is not required in order to qualify for a guaranteed livable basic income, which then I would have questions then about temporary workers being made eligible for something like this. And international students, like I said, are not mentioned, but international students as of September 1st of this year can continue to work 24 hours in our labor market. But if their non-participation would allow them to participate in this, except they're specifically excluded in Section 1. I just wonder whether that was intentional or not. I don't know. There's a second section here that create national standards for health and social supports that complement a guaranteed basic income program and guide the implementation of such a program in every province. So I have two major concerns: provincial jurisdiction. This is an encroachment into a provincial jurisdiction. My province gets to set what programs it wants. It doesn't have to in any way submit to the federal government when it's purely with its own provincial jurisdiction. That's one. Setting national standards encroaches on provincial jurisdiction. I'm sorry, on healthcare, social supports. My province has an AGE and PDD programs, many others, and it's an encroachment to set a national standard, even if you consult with them. Consultation doesn't always lead to agreements, and our Constitution is very clear that there are areas of exclusive jurisdiction. I know that's a comment often made by Quebec members of parliament from different political parties, but it's one I think a lot of us Albertans make as well, is we have exclusive jurisdiction in many areas, and we want the federal government to stay out of them. The A component here, again, talks about what would constitute a living basic income in each region of Canada without spelling out what region would mean. In the Constitution of Canada, regions is actually separated into 4 if you use the Senate rules, and it has Western Canada, Ontario, Quebec, and Atlantic Canada, which hopefully that's not what region means in this sense, because I think our state has evolved quite significantly, where now the province of Alberta and the province of British Columbia combined together have a bigger population than the province of Quebec. If I go on here, there's a framework that's required to be tabled. And there's more information on when it must be tabled, when must the report be provided to the House. So I have a Yiddish proverb, Madam Speaker, as I always do. I did forget to give one when I started speaking on C-71, which I will always admonish myself for doing so. So it says, he who is aware of his folly is wise. And I think in this instance, it's one of those situations where in the moment that we are in, let's look at what's going on so we don't do something rash with our finances. We're facing a $40 billion deficit. And I wonder how will we pay for this? And Jim Seeley in my writing was actually the one that wrote this great email just asking a lot of questions about cost, percentages, who'd be eligible, how would CPP work, how would old age security, just questions and questions and questions that he was wondering about. And I had to tell him, I don't know, I'm not quite sure. I did go and look though at the government's projections for future years. When does it expect to have a surplus? And then from a surplus, presumably, you would be looking then at, could you do a universal basic income? Could you do a negative income tax? There's a $20 billion deficit in the last financial year that's forecast. The government of Canada expects to accumulate a deficit of $157 billion by fiscal year 2028-2029. $157 billion, Madam Speaker. That's without any new spending announcements. That means no new public infrastructure dollars added on top of what's already been announced. That means no new procurement. That means nothing new, nothing extra above and beyond that. And they would still run a $20 billion deficit. So how would this all be paid for is what I wonder. And finally, like I mentioned, the negative income tax, this has been something that's been talked about for at least the last 50 to 60 years. It was first produced in a newspaper by the Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman, oftentimes tagged as an economist of the right. I don't think that's entirely fair to him. I think on UBI, NIT, whichever acronym you want to use, and they work in a slightly different way, but their goal is sort of the same. He recognized that a lot of public advocates on the left generally were very enthusiastic about the ideas he explained, especially the mechanisms it would work on and its end goal. And those public advocates on the right said that they were much less enthusiastic and actually heavily criticized him at the time that he wrote the journal. So he recollected about this quite often. There's a great YouTube video I send to constituents quite often for them to hear from the expert and from him basically on the logic of how it would work. But one of the things about UBI or NIT that he talked about, so these are his thoughts on the subject, is that you would have no other welfare programs competing at the same time, and you would have much less of he called civil servants, call them nannies, that would look over the spending of citizens, of how they were living their lives and what they were doing. So I really hope, Madam Speaker, just back to my Yiddish proverb, that we would be careful with the public's finances. We see it reflected in the polls, but I heard it at the doors while I was door knocking in my riding of Calgary Shepherd. My constituents are worried about the public finances. They're worried about a $40 billion deficit. They're worried about $150 billion of more debt being accumulated onto the credit card of the nation. That's why I'll be voting against this piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to give my first speech since returning from the summer recess. Before talking about Bill C-223, I would like to take advantage of my time to say hello to the people of Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Throughout the summer, I travelled thousands of kilometres to meet the people of the riding, visiting organisations and companies, and taking part in galas and festivals. I went to meet groups of seniors to discuss the two classes of seniors created by the government with regards to pensions. What amazing encounters. I'd like to warmly thank all those who came to see me or who met me. Thanks to them, I've come back to Ottawa fully energized with lots of projects and challenges to tackle. I'm back in Ottawa full of their requests, concerns, and issues. Let us come back to Bill C-223, Madam Speaker. As we've heard earlier, this bill requires the Minister for Finance to develop a national framework to provide access to an adequate basic income guarantee for everyone over the age of 17 in Canada. It also requires the Minister to report on the framework. We to start by asking ourselves what the concept of a guaranteed basic income is. According to the Library of Parliament's legislative summary for Bill S-233, a basic income guarantee is a transfer of money from the government to individuals or families to provide them with a basic income below which they cannot fall. You know, Madam Speaker, this summer I heard a lot of good stories from my fellow constituents, but I've also heard some not so good ones. These are very difficult times. Everything is more expensive and many people simply can't cope anymore. Some have reached the point where they have to choose between buying their medicine, paying their insurance, or eating properly. For example, there's a mother of a 3-month-old baby who chose to feed her child tinned ravioli because it's cheaper. Some elderly people feed themselves cat food to save money and to be able to buy their medicines. I met workers who can no longer afford accommodation, have to sleep on their family or friends' sofas or live in their cars. So the intention of this bill is noble, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, this is another centralizing bill that flats the jurisdictions of Quebec, the other Canadian provinces, and the territories. What is more, it does not take into account Quebec's particularities and the particularities and characteristics of other Canadian provinces and territories. As you know, Madam Speaker, the provinces and territories are responsible for administering their own social programs. To pass a bill like C-223 would be to ignore the jurisdictions of Quebec and the other provinces and territories and to hand them over directly to a central government known to be particularly inefficient. Quebec could implement such a measure of its own accord, as could the other Canadian provinces and territories. The adoption and implementation of such a colossal federal measure, in parallel with the Quebec government's management of its many programs, would be a nightmare, Madam Speaker. Let us be honest. The Canadian government does not have the means to introduce such a measure in the current economic context where inflation is still present, historical deficits are increasing the public debt, and the Liberals have no plan to balance the budget. The Liberal government is already unable to honour its agreements on the transfer for health and housing and many other areas. How can we trust a government that takes money from Quebec taxpayers and then blackmails them and imposes conditions in order to just get a fraction of it? We know that the federal government's contempt when it comes to assuming its responsibilities. We know that it is very difficult to get paid adequately. Federal transfers are too often insufficient or non-existent. During this Parliament, we've seen just how difficult it is for this centralising government to restore fiscal balance, and how it hogs far too much money to spend, generally for electoral purposes and rarely for the benefit of Quebecers. The adoption of C223 would have the effect of breaking up Quebec's social safety net and all the social services offered to Canadians. Quebec's tax system would be hit too hard, and the entire administration of the Quebec state would have to be recalibrated. The premise of Bill C223 is that a measure like the Universal Guaranteed Minimum Income will have a positive impact on wealth disparities and poverty, but experts are very divided on the issue. I will give you an example, Madam Speaker, commissioned in 2018 by British Columbia, which was considering the idea of such a measure. The report by a panel of university experts concluded that a basic guaranteed income was not the best way to help the poorest people out of poverty. Instead, the panel recommended specific government support combined with existing social programs. According to their estimates, updating existing programs and creating specific assistance would have cost British Columbia taxpayers between $3.5 and $5 billion. On the other hand, the introduction of a guaranteed minimum for everyone would have cost nearly $52 billion. In no way does this bill or the people who defend this concept take into account the enormous cost to the provinces that would be forced to completely rethink the management of their social programs. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer put a cost of such a measure at nearly $98 billion at the national level over 6 months alone. The experience in British Columbia reinforces the position of the Bloc Québécois and the Quebec government to target aid to citizens. You may not be aware of this, Madam Speaker, but in 2017, a committee of experts commissioned by the province of Quebec concluded that overall Quebecers benefited from an income support system that provided significant assistance covering the main stages of life, during which a Quebecer might find himself or herself in a vulnerable situation. This very report emphasized that, taken as a whole, the existing income support system in Quebec is partly consistent with the definition of a guaranteed minimum income. In short, the introduction of a guaranteed minimum income would have a colossal impact that would require a substantial increase in taxes or the discontinuation of many existing programs, thereby creating serious instability that bureaucratic structures and technological tools would simply not be able to keep pace with. In the future, it will be up to Quebecers to choose whether they want a program like this or to maintain existing programs. It is definitely not up to Ottawa to dictate how our social programs are managed. What's more, we have no guarantee that this method, while attractive on paper, will be effective and achieve its objectives. It is also a question of fairness. Quebec has chosen to create social programs for services in health, education, affordable childcare, parental leave, car insurance, preventative withdrawal, etc., etc., etc. These programs are designed to ensure that everyone has access to the same services. Moreover, Quebec's social programs are performing well, as it has one of the lowest levels of wealth inequality, along with Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick. If ever the government really had the money to fund such a program that encroaches upon provincial jurisdictions, I suggest it instead take that money to help people aged 65 to 74 who have been excluded from the old age pension increase. The government could take this money to honour its commitments on transfers to the provinces and territories. It could also build more housing and infrastructure. It could also pay its share of the costs incurred for asylum seekers in Quebec. I'm sure that the government could find ways to use this money in its areas of jurisdiction without encroaching upon provincial and territorial jurisdictions, as it so likes to do. The proof. The severity of the intrusions into the jurisdictions of Quebec, the other provinces and the territories this government set out in the 2024 budget is historic, and Ottawa has never gone so far in its centralization of powers. I understand the good intentions behind the tabling of this bill, but I repeat, it is up to the provinces and territories to put in place a framework providing access to an adequate basic guaranteed income, not the federal government. As you can see, Madam Speaker, for these reasons, we will not be supporting Bill C-223. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo. Bravo. Resuming debate, the honourable member of Port Moody Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, the wealth in this country is disproportionately held by rich CEOs and their companies. And that hoarding of wealth is hurting women, Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, and all people without the power or access to fight corporate greed. Canadians live in one of the richest countries in the world, yet many Canadians are grappling with the weight of poverty and financial insecurity at the expense of corporate greed. Canadians deserve a government that gives them the relief they need, not more handouts for rich CEOs and tax breaks for corporations. The inequality in society is stark. The cost of food is increased by over 20%, and we know that 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals. As we navigate this shifting landscape, people across Canada, especially those suffering the most due to systemic inequalities, are feeling the effects even more. It doesn't have to be this way. Poverty is one of the most avoidable, violent human rights violations in this country. Poverty is a violation of the Canadian Charter, and Canada can end poverty with this important bill. A bill for a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income brought by my colleague, the NDP member from Winnipeg Centre. The NDP respects Canadians' charter rights. The Conservatives, though, have already said they don't respect the Charter and are open to bypassing it at will by using the notwithstanding clause and are not supportive of this bill to end poverty. Basic necessities like food, housing, and healthcare are not just becoming more expensive. They're becoming less accessible. This crisis is hitting marginalized people hardest. Women and disproportionately racialized women are affected by rising costs and stagnant wages. They are the backbone of our communities and our economy, yet they are struggling to make ends meet. This is wrong. Under the Liberals' watch, we have seen basic necessities grow increasingly out of reach. We know the grocery sector is making record profits and in 2023 raked in $6 billion. This is unconscionable when families are struggling to feed their children and workers across this country have to choose between rent and food. Seniors are skipping meals to afford their medications, and women who already face systemic barriers in the workplace are now forced to take on multiple jobs just to keep their bills paid. While the government made lofty promises, the reality on the ground is telling a very different story. The rising cost of living is not just an economic statistic, it's a daily struggle for countless Canadians. Meanwhile, Conservatives want to cut spending on public services that support the most in need. They want to cut essential services like childcare, and I'm hearing a beautiful child tonight in the chamber, which would force women disproportionately out of the workforce to care for their families, as well as healthcare and pharmacare they want to cut, which would only exacerbate cost of living challenges. The Conservatives, without a doubt, will put more Canadians into poverty. At a time when we are seeing record amounts of homelessness, with wages continuing to stagnate because of a government after government's choices to choose corporations over Canadians, we need to give back hope. We need Canadians to know that with a new government, things can get better, not cut important supports people rely on. This isn't just a matter of politics. It's a matter of basic human dignity. Canadians deserve better. Our communities deserve better. That's why we in the NDP are fighting for solutions that truly provide relief for Canadians. A guaranteed livable basic income would transform the lives of all Canadians. This is a transformative policy that would ensure every Canadian has the financial support necessary to live with dignity and security. Imagine a Canada where no one has to worry about where their next meal will come from or whether they can afford to keep a roof over their head. A guaranteed livable basic income would be a crucial step towards alleviating the economic struggles faced by so many, including Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, women, and all marginalized communities. We heard in committee that children across this country are going to school hungry, and there is a wide array of intersectional issues that a guaranteed livable basic income will address for them. It would also empower individuals to pursue additional education without fear of massive debt. Workers could seek additional training without risking their livelihoods, and people could seek better work opportunities without the constant fear of financial losses. And for people who cannot work in this ableist society, they will have dignity too. The positive impact of a GLBI on people with disabilities cannot be understated. For many individuals living with disabilities, the current system is fraught with challenges. Barriers to employment, limited access to services, and a safety net that the Conservatives and the Liberals continue to wear away at. Current estimates say that 1.5 million Canadians living with disabilities live below the poverty line, and close to 1 million of those are working-aged people. A guaranteed livable basic income would provide the support needed for people living with disabilities. It would also help Canada meet its commitment under Section 8 of the UN CRPD, Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as well as constitutional commitments to ensure the provisions of essential public services of reasonable quality to all Canadians, something that the government is not doing right now, Madam Speaker. The promise of a GLBI is not just theoretical. It is a realistic solution that has been successfully implemented in various forms around the world, and trials here in Canada have shown that when people are given a financial safety net, they thrive. The NDP understands that a guaranteed livable basic income is not just a policy, it's a commitment to building a more equitable society. And the NDP would like to see this bill go to committee as soon as possible to hear from all of the communities that support a guaranteed livable basic income.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and a privilege to stand in this House today after a summer break for the first time and speak to a policy proposal from the New Democratic Party on something that I've always been very interested in looking at and studying. I'm always enthusiastic about any policy that's proposed in this House that aims to reduce or eliminate poverty in Canada. And this project to bring forward a universal basic income is one that I'm keenly interested in. And immediately it caused me to look back on Ontario's efforts over the last decade or so to implement something similar here in the province of Ontario, and very close to my home. In fact, I grew up at the Chautauqua Co-op in Oakville, and the Wynne government, the Liberal Wynne government in Ontario in 2017 brought forward a pilot project, which was to provide a basic income to 4,000 people across Ontario. And that project followed recommendations made by Hugh Segal in consultation with lots of various groups, Madam Speaker. It was a good start. You know, basic income would reduce poverty more effectively, and it could encourage work, reduce stigmatization. But more than that, it also reduces a lot of the bureaucracy involved in the navigation of all of these various programs. You know, I remember, or actually just a couple weeks ago, instead of using an old example, I use a recent one. Just a couple of weeks ago, had a gentleman in my office in Milton to discuss all of the confusion related to interim unemployment related to his tenuous employment. And, you know, he was navigating both the Ontario Disability Support Program, Ontario Works, and employment insurance all at the same time. And with other benefits from this government, like Canada Child Benefit and many others, there are, you know, it's a constellation of support programs which aim to reduce poverty in Canada. It's a lot of administration, it's a lot of programs, and you know, when you cater all of these programs to various groups and various people, they're good because they can be very, very targeted, but at the same time, it requires, you know, sometimes a master's in public policy in order to figure out how to maximize those benefits that, you know, we all pay for. I think about employment insurance often. You know, people are often very reluctant to go on employment insurance in Ontario. I have a friend who just got laid off and said, well, I don't want to go on EI. And I said, why? That's the insurance that you've been paying into with every single paycheck since you were 16 or 17 years old. You deserve that money. The reason that you paid into that program is because you want to make sure that you have that stability necessary. And that stability could also be provided by a universal basic income as proposed by this bill. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, 10 months after the Liberal administration of this project in, I believe it was in Thunder Bay and in Hamilton, Ontario, and a couple of other smaller municipalities, Doug Ford and his progressive conservative government, after saying they would allow the completion of the program so that they could fully study it, they canceled it. They canceled it very, very abruptly and left these 4,000 participants in this pilot project in the lurch and devastated, quite frankly. So, you know, for better or for worse, the Premier of Ontario has demonstrated the ability to change his mind quite often. Sometimes that's been good when he decided not to pave the Greenbelt. You know, and other times like this, he went back on his word and canceled a program which he said was worth completing. It was worth completing, and this is worth studying, Madam Speaker. You know, all the anti-poverty groups that I've ever met with and continue to read about are in favor of universal basic income. And it's sort of sad to hear conservatives talk about poverty elimination as a left-wing concept. I don't think poverty elimination is a left-wing concept. I think it's for everybody in this House. I think we should all be concerned with how legislation encourages poverty, creates poverty, and sustains poverty in Canada. There's absolutely no reason for a wealthy country like Canada to have anybody in deep poverty. And I strongly believe that universal basic income is one thing that's worth studying so that we can look into all the various ways to ensure that we're doing the most for Canadians, whether they're employed, between employment, unable to find employment, or frankly, taking risks. You know, conservatives like to talk about how it's important out there in the real world, despite you know, their leader never having really ever ventured there, to be able to take risks financially. And you know, if you want to innovate, if you want to do art, if you want to practice something new, that might take some time. And I love the idea that the universal basic income or a guaranteed livable income would provide people with the ability to take those risks, innovate, try something new, create art, maybe even try out for a new team or something like that. Showing my stripes as an athlete. So I applaud the member from the New Democratic Party for their work on this, and I'm looking forward to hearing more throughout the debate. I would cede the rest of my time to the New Democrats. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Central, Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, and to speak on a topic that I know that there are a range of views, and in a democracy we can disagree, but I would say everyone who's spoken tonight obviously believes that Canadians, particularly those living in poverty, I spoke earlier today in a statement about how being part of being Canadian is to try and help one another. So I think many of the sentiments is good. It's just how best to achieve that. And so while I certainly will take issue with elements that are presented here tonight, I do want to acknowledge that the member has submitted an idea for debate that she feels very strongly on and deserves credit for having brought the issue to the forefront. Madam Speaker, Bill C-223, an act to develop a national framework for a guaranteed livable basic income. First of all, I think it's important to say what this particular piece of legislation would do. It would not actually enact a guaranteed livable basic income. It is more of a discussion, a framework to have further discussions so that at some point there could be some sort of report that's done by the minister after discussing such a framework with and doing subsequent work to it. Now, let's just start with this first. There's lots of discussion. Milton Friedman, famous American economist, some would argue one of the greatest economists of all times, talked about you know, a reverse income tax that would be able to pay people for you know, along the same types of things. So this is not something that's just found in left-wing politics. Some people have mentioned former Senator Siegel, who you know, has a long career in Canada. So this is an area that has advocates both on the left of the political spectrum as well as the right. What I would say, Madam Speaker, more than anything else today is two things. First of all, I'm speaking personally. I follow what political philosopher Karl Popper used to discuss, the use of something called reverse utilitarianism. So you may recall, Madam Speaker, that utilitarianism is usually public policy that is meant to do the most good for the most people and to increase general happiness for the most people. Reverse utilitarianism is actually to reduce the suffering of those that suffer the most. So anytime we have this question about universal programs, we have to say who would be receiving said programs. And universal programs are not cheap, Madam Speaker. That means that every single person, regardless of their condition, would have at their ability, just by choosing to opt into this framework to receive money from the federal government, would have that choice. But we don't talk about the people, Madam Speaker, persons with disabilities, those that have the toughest situation. We're actually, by giving money to those that are able, we actually take away resources that could go towards helping those that have the most severe issues so that they can live a fulfilling life within society. And I think that's something we always best keep in mind. In fact, when the BC NDP government established a panel that did a report in 2020, this is one of their key concerns, Madam Speaker, is that by simply giving out money, it doesn't necessarily mean that those who need it the most get the exact support they need. This has been brought up, the cost of it has been brought up. Again, speaking to University of British Columbia economist Kevin Milliken, he's argued that a universal basic income, whatever name you use, would be enormously expensive. And that's something actually the panel did say in its report. And again, it did talk about the need to have some of these discussions. Now, I would say, Madam Speaker, this, if we were, at post-World War II parliamentarians discussing, okay, Germany and other countries are putting in a welfare state, should we consider doing likewise? Perhaps having a discussion with a young and with a tremendous amount of economic growth, a young population with economic growth would certainly be able to support such a policy. And we would have a legitimate choice between apples and oranges, the apples of the welfare state or the orange here of a universal basic income. But Madam Speaker, we are not in a position where we have, the economic, our economic growth is not flowing. We have something called secular stagnation, and the indebtedness of not just of G7 and G20 countries, but the aging populations, Madam Speaker. We already see that we have many provinces where businesses are complaining about the lack of workers. Now, there is we've seen unemployment tick up, but Madam Speaker, at a time where we are saying that we need to have more people to build the homes, why would we be inducing healthy individuals to take a benefit from the government and just take them out of the workforce completely? So, Madam Speaker, I understand the sentiment behind the thinking here that the member is choosing, but I don't think this is the right policy environment for this type of policy to go forward. Again, our aging demographics, we want to encourage more people to work. Why, Madam Speaker? Well, because our old age security system, something that I think most people, if you talk to most Canadians, they feel it's a pillar that's important to support. It is, again, a transfer from existing taxpayers today. Those that are paying taxes send it to Ottawa in good faith, and then those transfers go out to what's becoming a larger and larger population of seniors. So, Madam Speaker, suddenly switching the gears and having where we're actually pushing people to consider not working, to me, makes it very difficult to support this kind of transition. Now, bear in mind, Madam Speaker, that we also need to have the discussion that it is ultimately provinces as well that have a big role to play, as under our Constitution, they're the ones that are usually responsible for the social welfare of their population. And so, Madam Speaker, suddenly having a new federal program coming down how it interacts with each individual province and their system of transfers, their systems of grants, their system of programs and services, I don't think will work. Madam Speaker, if we look to C22 that was passed it was passed by this chamber, it talks about creating a Canada disability benefit. I would hope that all of us can acknowledge the truth. That particular program, we have no idea of how much someone can get, except that now we know that the government won't give more than, $2,000 a year, Madam Speaker, or $200 a month. You know, this is the problem we have, Madam Speaker, is we have so many different programs at the federal and provincial level, and they already are so extensively costly. I just don't think, Madam Speaker, that this is a good use of time and energy. So, Madam Speaker, again, I appreciate the sentiment. I do believe that we need to be thinking about how we can help out our fellow Canadian. Again, this is a country where we look after our own, but again, given my worries about the economic arguments, Madam Speaker, our aging demographics, the lack of clarity of what provincial programs are doing, the fact that provinces like BC have looked at this and have actually said, no, we're not proceeding with our own system, similar to what the member here entails. And then lastly, Madam Speaker, again, that reverse utilitarianism. We should not be considering more universal benefits, in my opinion, without first asking ourselves, what does this do to those that are suffering the most? I do believe that targeted programs such as our guaranteed income supplement should be looked at, Madam Speaker, and we should always be trying to ask ourselves, how can we help those that are in the most extreme of need, that are that do not have the revenues to be able to look after themselves, or those people that unfortunately, due to some circumstance, are with a disability that does not allow them to engage in Canadian society like the rest of us. So, Madam Speaker, I will be voting against this. I do appreciate that there's a number of people that speak very, very strongly in this. But, Madam Speaker, if it comes down to it, I only have two choices in this to support or not support. And I reluctantly will just say I am not going to be in support of, Madam Speaker, of a whole comprehensive change to our support programs for the reasons that I've given. Thank you very much for the time tonight, Madam Speaker, and thank you for people listening.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island Powell River has 5 minutes to speak on this.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'm really proud to have these 5 minutes to speak on this important piece of legislation. I first of all want to start out by thanking the member from Winnipeg Centre for doing the tremendous amount of work that she has done around this issue of having a real universal basic income for people. This piece of legislation is very simple in the state that it really says it's about creating a wide framework to look at a lot of the issues that the Conservatives have expressed some concerns about. How do we do this? What is the best way to do this? And would it be the most effective? When we look at the state of our society right now, we just see an increase of poverty. And we see it in the numbers. We know that the people that are everyday people working hard are making pretty stagnant income. The level of their income is staying at the place that it's been for a very long time. At the same time, the wealthiest people in this country and in many other countries are seeing a huge increase. So when we look at our system, it's becoming essentially unfair. And that's why we need to start looking at innovative programs like this, because it really says that we need a bar of dignity in our country that nobody should fall below. And I am not unlike every other Canadian who goes out in their community and lives in their community. And what we're seeing is more and more people struggling. We're seeing more and more people living on the streets. You know, I always say to people, it's easy to judge people who are living on the streets. I know who I am, but if you put me out on the streets with nothing, I have no idea who I would become. And that's what's happening in this country is we're seeing people become disposable. but there are no disposable people. And it's wrong that we're there. So something like a guaranteed livable income would really talk about making sure people have the resources that they need. And Madam Speaker, I don't know if this place is being as thoughtful on this as they might be. Today we had a veteran, come and speak to us. And one of the things that he talked about is how the system in Veterans Affairs under the Conservative and the Liberal government has increasingly become more frustrating. So if you come home as a veteran and you have trauma, you have illness, you have some sort of suffering, your partner now has to go out and fight for that money because it's a separate part of the bucket of money that goes to veterans. I don't know how many loved ones we've seen come to us and talk about the fact that they don't have enough time to work as much as they would like to because they're caring for their loved one. And so when we keep making these little buckets that people have to go and find out, know if they're available, know if they're allowed to, it makes the system fail for so many people. So we see them falling through the cracks. And by the time they've fallen through the cracks, the need is so high that addressing that need becomes overwhelming. You know, we've seen this work done in different places. I think of the thank you, I'm just got to go through this. The one place in Ontario where the Liberal government did it not too long ago, what they saw was mental health outcomes got better. People got to work. Oh my gosh, if you're not just trying to survive and you have absolutely nothing, it's really hard to dress nice enough to go get an interview. It's really hard to find the time if you have nobody to watch your kids to get out there and do those things. When people have a stable income, it doesn't make them not work. I'm tired of listening to Conservatives say that. It's not true. People thrive in opportunity, but it's hard to thrive when you don't know how you're going to survive the next day. And I think of people in my riding, you know, I'm going to be talking about this again and again. Right now we have seniors, another guaranteed livable system in our system, which is the guaranteed income supplement. Poorest seniors in Canada, their CPP got raised and this government didn't think about it for a minute. So what happened the next year? Their GIS got cut substantively, and now they're trying to make it through the month. They lost money because nobody plans. That's why we need a holistic program that serves everyone.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start out by thanking so many people, specifically Basic Income Canada, Manitoba, UBI Works, and of course, the Honourable Senator Kim Pate, who I partnered on the bill with her presenting it on the Senate side, because it's time for a guaranteed livable basic income that can bring people across Canada, that are falling through the cracks together. And I want to urge my colleagues to take this opportunity, a final effort, to get this passed to committee. Because I've heard today, oh, it's just a framework. Well, there are limits in PMBs. There's no budgetary allotment in it. You're not allowed to do that within the parameters of a PMB, but you are allowed to put in a framework. You are allowed to put in a framework that we can, of course, all together get to committee for further study. And I know that many people, all MPs across this parliament, heard from their constituents over the summer that people everywhere are struggling to keep up with the rising costs of living. The people that we represent need real solutions. And we have income guarantees in this country. EI, income guarantee, not livable. GIS, income guarantee, not livable. All I'm proposing, I'm not proposing anything new. All I'm proposing is to make current income guarantees livable and expand them out for people that are falling through the cracks. Somebody said it's not for international students. My bill very clearly states for anybody over the age of 17 residing in Canada. Everybody over the age of 17. But we know that in recent years, policymakers largely abandoned efforts to invest in our people and our communities, focusing instead on investing in huge corporations through subsidies and tax breaks. So to those who say that if we have a basic income, people will stop working, that's false. Research time and time again has proved that's false. There is no evidence that a basic income discourages work. It does, in fact, the exact opposite. For example, the Canadian child tax benefit, for example, which is a kind of basic income in this country for families, mothers didn't work less, they actually worked more. The Canada Child Benefit grows the economy. If we want to talk about benefits to the economy, $2 for every dollar invested, and it keeps 250,000 families out of poverty and contributes 450,000 jobs to the economy. Basic income is good for the economy. And the myth of the poor person who's trying to game the welfare system is nothing more than poor bashing. What's far, far more common, Madam Speaker, is the ultra-wealthy gaming the system to evade paying taxes. That's right. So to those who say that if we have a basic income, inflation will get worse, that's false. Inflation worsens when the government borrows money or increases the money supply. But this is not necessary to introduce a JLBI. Every cent needed to support a basic income is already being spent in this economy on corporate subsidies and inefficiencies in the social safety net. And to those who say that a basic income is too expensive, I say, why don't we start talking about the high costs of poverty, like the fact that it costs $225,000 a year to house one woman in a federal penitentiary, or the high cost to our healthcare system. Poverty keeps people sick, causes strain to our healthcare system. That costs a lot of money. Governments dump billions to criminalizing poverty rather than addressing its root causes. So what I'm asking all members of Parliament to do today, let's study this more. I am asking for you to lend your vote to get this to committee. Instead of basing decisions on false understandings of a JLBI, let's really study it. Let's at least support this bill to get it through second reading so that we can actually study it, so that we can make policy decisions based on facts and not assumptions. So with that, I will end. Thank you, everybody who's supporting the bill. It means a lot to hundreds of thousands of people, including the many seniors who support this bill. And of course, the disability community who are critically left out of the social safety net. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est 18h42,
As it is 6. The question is as follows.
The question's as follows. Ms. Gazan, seconded by Mr. Green, move that Bill C-223, an act to develop a national framework for a guaranteed livable basic income, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
To request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 93.
Pursuant to the standing order, a recorded vote will be deferred till next Wednesday after the period for oral questions.
Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honor to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, housing, gas, and groceries cost more, and hardworking Canadians increasingly can't pay their bills. Yet this NDP Liberal government wants the carbon tax to continue to rise, to add 61 cents per litre, driving up the cost of almost everything. When you tax those who farm, who transport, who warehouse, who retail, you tax the one who buys. Families already will be paying $700 more for food this year than in 2023. The carbon tax has already been such a costly disaster for Canadian small businesses and for family pocketbooks that there are fewer politicians in Canada now defending it. In their latest desperate publicity stunt, Both the leader of the NDP here and the NDP Premier of British Columbia have tried to make Canadians believe that now, on the eve of or with the possibility of elections, they were opposed to carbon taxes, that they have strongly supported their entire political careers. But who can believe their baloney? The NDP in this House voted to defend the carbon tax 24 separate times in this House, even though 70% of Canadians wanted to cancel the increase earlier this year. The Fraser Institute reported that a carbon tax that continues to increase to 61 cents per litre will cost the average Canadian worker $6,700 by 2030. And it's estimated it will also reduce Canada's GDP by 6.2% by 2030, resulting in 164,000 fewer jobs. The federal carbon tax will also have a negative economic impact on Canada's real gross domestic product, the GDP, of $25 billion by 2030, according to the government's own figures. Numbers the government tried to hide even from the parliamentary budget officer. And that's just carbon tax 1. Recently, Conservatives forced the government to turn over documents on their second carbon tax, which shows carbon tax 2 will cost the Canadian economy an additional $9 billion by 2030. The carbon taxes are not an environmental plan, but a tax plan. Forcing carbon taxes on Canadians has not stopped a single natural disaster. Meanwhile, this NDP Liberal government killed green energy projects like Sustainable Marines Tidal Energy Project and continue to import dirty oil from foreign dictators with poor environmental standards. Canada fell to 62nd out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index, and Canadians are not going to be fooled. The phantom finance minister, carbon tax Mark Carney, may now be writing government policy from the boardroom of the Liberal Party of Canada, but it was just 1 year ago that he wrote that the Prime Minister was wrong even to exempt home heating fuels from the carbon tax. Canadians face a clear choice between a continuing cost of living crisis with the Costly Coalition or a Conservative government that will axe the tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Sport and Activity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, look, we've been here before. We've talked about this before with that member and with many other members. But the last I checked, Kelowna Lake Country, beautiful place, is in British Columbia. And there is no federal price on pollution in British Columbia. In fact, it was a Liberal government in British Columbia that brought forward Canada's first carbon pricing system. It has been in effect for over a decade, and it has been drastically reducing the emissions of British Columbia since then. And like that, Canada has also, for the first time since the 1990s, have our emissions under check. And just recently, just yesterday, in fact, the Canadian Climate Institute said that once again in 2023, Canada's emissions have fallen. In addition to that, they said that one of the chief reasons for that was because of carbon pricing, Madam Speaker, whether it's on the industrial side or the consumer price, carbon pricing works. I don't have a Nobel Prize, and last time I checked, there are no Nobel Prizes in this House of Commons, but one person has, in fact, won a Nobel Prize for carbon pricing, Madam Speaker, and he has said that Canada's carbon pricing system gets it right. Now, you know what? The Conservatives have been using these lines about what's up. And instead of talking about what's up right now, I'd like to talk about what's down. Because currently, inflation is down to the target range, 2%. Canadians, still having a difficult time financially. That's I don't want to make any mistakes. But when inflation comes down, that means prices are on their way down as well. And that with that 2% inflation rate, which is right in line with the Bank of Canada's goals, we also have seen that interest rates are down. And with inflation coming down, one of the chief causes of that is lower gas prices. Gas prices have hit lows that we haven't seen since around the pandemic, when they fell because people weren't driving so much. But Madam Speaker, if as the Conservatives say that carbon pricing is causing inflation, the price on pollution in Canada has gone up every year for the last 4 years. And over the last 4 years, our inflation has steadily come down. So either the Conservatives can't do math, or they think Canadians are so stupid that they can't do math, or both. You know, I actually don't put it past them that they might just be willing to treat Canadians with no respect and to keep using these tired taglines instead of putting forth some actual policies that will grow our economy and reduce our emissions. Gratefully, Madam Speaker, we're doing just that. But you know what? We're following the lead of British Columbia. And as my colleague from Manitoba, he loves to heckle me, does it all the time, doesn't impact me whatsoever. Again, not very good arguments that he puts forward. But we've made it very clear. Canadians get more money back through the price on pollution's Canada carbon rebate than they pay. And that's true. That's been clearly stated by the PBO, by 300 economists across this country, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer. And that means that low and medium income households benefit the most. And, you know, I know I'm talking to a Conservative right now. They don't typically care too much about low and medium income households. They usually just focus on corporations and millionaires and which oil and gas CEO is asking them to do one thing or another. But we did just finish a debate on a guaranteed livable income. And Madam Speaker, things like this, the Canada carbon rebate, the Canada child benefit, the GIS, that's more money in Canadians' pockets. And that actually helps Canadians. What doesn't help Canadians is tired three-word slogans from the Conservative Party of Canada.
On the Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for the member to insinuate that I don't care about residents in my community that are lower middle income is pretty awful and pretty shameful. So, but this Liberal member has made the Liberal Party position very clear about the carbon tax. Well, unless you carve out exceptions due to fear of losing elections like they did in Atlantic Canada. And Conservatives and most Canadians, including those in my community, don't want to keep paying the carbon taxes. And the facts are clear that Canadians are forced to eat less, they're skipping meals, they're buying less healthy food. There's lots of information on this, and there's more lineups in food banks in the millions just to make ends meet. Just recently, Food Banks BC reported that it had served 100,000 food bank users in a single month for the first time. So Canadians cannot afford to endure 12 more months of this cost of living crisis. So they should be given the choice to axe the tax and have a carbon tax election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a shame that the Conservatives keep using the words of the food banks completely out of context. The food banks, when they propose these things, they also make recommendations. None of the recommendations are to use any of the tired three-word slogans or eliminate a program which is actually supporting low and medium income housing. And they also like to completely ignore the fact that climate change impacts poorer folks more drastically, Madam Speaker. I want to say again, Kelowna Lake Country is in British Columbia, which does not have a federal carbon price. So if the member wants it eliminated, then she needs to talk to the Premier of British Columbia. And they are working on lots and lots of different environmental protection projects out there. And I'd encourage them to do that. Now, Madam Speaker, as I said, inflation is down, interest rates are down, gas prices are down, and so are emissions. And that's thanks to our sound economic policies, not thanks to tired three-word slogans.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
On April 15th, I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs if the government could tear itself away from its NDP partners' traditional anti-Israeli ideology and take a strong stand against the Islamic regime in Iran's missile attacks against Israel and support that country's right to exist and to defend itself. Now that the Liberals no longer enjoy the unconditional love of the NDP to remain in power, is the government finally able to formulate a balanced foreign policy that supports efforts to attain peace in the region? Madam Speaker, is the government also able to fully condemn the actions of the Islamic regime in Iran, a rogue nation that supports terrorists and does nothing to restore the peace process? Canadians are also concerned, Madam Speaker, about the government's inability to combat anti-Semitism in Canada, enforce our hate laws, and remove from Canada organizations like Samidoun that are linked with a listed terrorist organization. Moreover, Madam Speaker, recently the government indicated that the Liberals are prepared to abrogate Canada's defense agreement with the US by blocking the sale of Canadian arms to the US that may be destined for Israel. This divergence from the existing arms agreement will not only lead to our American allies no longer thinking Canada is a reliable partner and is failing to live up to the agreement's terms, Madam Speaker, it will likely lead them to a reevaluation of our integrated defense industries. Madam Speaker, the government can't have it both ways. Either it supports Israel's right to defend itself or it doesn't. And for 8 months, Madam Speaker, the government has not issued any permits for sending weapons or weapon components to Israel to defend itself. Moreover, if Canada does block arms sales to the US, Canada would be in violation of the 1956 Defense Production Sharing Agreement, which is a key military trade deal between our two countries. Most Canadians, Madam Speaker, support Israel in its war against Hamas. Let us remember that Israel did not start this war. We will soon be observing the first anniversary since the horrific October 7th attack against Israel by Hamas. And over 1,200 Israelis were killed and hundreds taken hostage, and 101 remain in captivity. Let us also not forget the Islamic regime in Iran's massive missile attack on Israel, or that Hezbollah has fired over 8,000 rockets at Israel since October 8th. Madam Speaker, Canadians fail to see the logic of this Liberal government. In the face of unprecedented anti-Semitic riots across Canada, with supporters of Hamas and the PFLP roaming around, spewing their hate propaganda with immunity, and with attacks launched against Israel by Hamas, the Islamic regime in Iran, and their proxies, the Liberal government announces an arms embargo on Israel. What a brilliant policy initiative. Madam Speaker, Tehran does not want peace. When they launched their missile attack against Israel, it was not to defend Hamas or to avenge the deaths of Palestinians. It was to destabilize the region and disrupt the Abraham Accords. Yet no one saw the Liberal government demanding Tehran stops to supply arms to Hamas. Canada didn't come up with any arms embargo for Tehran. Instead, Madam Speaker, Canada decided to weaken Israel and their ability to defend itself. Why?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by restating, and I will continually state, that Canada unequivocally condemns the attacks by Iran against Israel. This attack only serves to destabilize the region and further escalate the violence, which is disproportionately killing innocent people, women, children, elderly, and disabled people disproportionately, Madam Speaker. This violence achieves nothing. It is completely unacceptable and it must come to an end. Our government has been clear. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. The IRGC is a terrorist organization. The violence must stop. Canada has been calling for an immediate, sustainable ceasefire for months. This cannot be one-sided. Hamas must release all hostages and lay down its arms, and humanitarian aid must urgently be increased and sustained, and those pathways which assure it must be maintained as well. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian relief must continually be provided to civilians as long as this conflict continues. Israel must listen to the international community. The protection of civilians is paramount and a requirement under international law. Canada will continue to push proactively to ensure that we take every measure possible to ensure that there is no further escalation and that we bring peace and stability back to the region. That's everyone's goal, Madam Speaker. The minister has been in contact for many, many months with her counterparts in the region on this very thing, and our overriding goal is to see an end of the suffering of those who are caught in the middle of this conflict. Because civilians continue to bear the brunt of the unfolding tragedy, Canada's commitment to providing life-saving humanitarian aid remains unwavering, and we urge all involved parties, once again, to refrain from perpetuating the current destructive cycle of retaliatory violence, to lower tensions and engage constructively toward de-escalation. No country or no nation stands to gain from a further escalation in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, with respect to the issue that I've raised, I will re-ask my April 15th question to the Liberal government, realizing that they're no longer controlled by their NDP masters? Will the government finally focus on the actions of the Islamic regime in Iran and its proxy Hamas and reacquaint itself with our long-standing policy in support of Israel's right to exist and to defend itself? Moreover, Madam Speaker, can the government assure Canadians that the Liberals have truly abandoned their 2015 election promise to normalize relations with the Islamic regime in Iran before the next election rolls around? Given the government's recent policy initiatives, Madam Speaker, Canadians wouldn't know it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to reiterate that Canada is committed to lasting peace in the Middle East, which includes the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel. Madam Speaker, that two-state solution needs to be a priority for anybody who's committed to lasting and sustained peace in the region. And unfortunately, I didn't hear the term two-state solution from my colleague's speech today. All Israelis and Palestinians have the right to live in peace and security. Canada will continue to call for a sustainable ceasefire. All hostages must be released, and Hamas must lay down its arms. We're committed to working collaboratively towards an irreversible path to achieving that two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians and other people in the region can live securely and within internationally recognized borders. The only realistic option to achieve a just and enduring peace is just that, Madam Speaker, and Canada will continue to be there and will work with our partners and allies. Once again, Madam Speaker, the violence must stop.
Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm coming to you tonight in reference to a question I asked on April 10th, where I was calling on the government to honor their commitment around the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, Madam Speaker, on Indigenous languages. And Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about a legend, O Hakum, which means in references to a lady of high standing. Really, it means a queen in Nuu-chah-nulth language. Because last month, Madam Speaker, the Nuu-chah-nulth people lost Tupat Mit, whose English name was Juliet Lucas. And she was predeceased by her partner in life, Simon Lucas, who was like her, a great leader of their people and for all Indigenous people, not just Nuu-chah-nulth people, but across British Columbia and Canada. Tupat Mit honored me with the name Yaxaxis, which means one who walks amongst us, and has provided me with advice and guidance over the years. And I want to thank her family and her for the name. She'll be greatly missed by all those who loved her and by the many for whom she made a difference in their lives. Madam Speaker, Tupat Mit was one of only a few fluent speakers of Heshkwit dialect of the Nuu-chah-nulth language. She began teaching in the elementary school at Hot Springs Cove 40 years ago with very few resources and much less time. She taught the Heshkwit language to the children with just a half hour a day allocated to cultural education. With 3 other fluent speaking elders, she worked in the final years of her life to mentor young apprentices to pass on the language to the next generation. Her life's work will inspire others to carry on because future generations depend on it. For Tupat Mit knew there is nothing more important to the health and social well-being of Indigenous people, their families, their communities, their economies, and their spirit than the survival of their language. Madam Speaker, in follow-up to that, across British Columbia, First Nations people are facing the loss of language holders like Tupat Mit. And there is an urgent need to invest in language revitalization before it's too late. In British Columbia, nearly 2/3 of fluent speakers are older than 65, and 7 languages have only 5 or few speakers left. First Nations have fought to keep their languages alive, and between 2018 and 2022, there was a 20% increase in the number of people learning their language in BC. But while the number of language learners is growing, the number of remaining fluent speakers is falling, as I outlined when I talked about Tupat Mit. There is grave concern that the progress made in recent years will be lost without urgent government support for Indigenous language programming. Now, however, instead of investing in language revitalization at this critical time, the actual federal government is cutting funding, Madam Speaker. The Liberals' new funding formula has actually led to a 60% reduction in funding for First Nations language programs in British Columbia. And that funding formula does not consider British Columbia's unique context. As home to more than half of Indigenous languages in Canada and across the province, 204 First Nations, there are 36 unique languages and more than 95 dialects. The First Peoples Cultural Council, a First Nations-led Crown corporation working to revitalize First Nations languages in British Columbia, has written to the government about the funding cliff they are facing. This year's budget provided significantly less funding than previous years, and the drop in revenue has opened the door to the loss of hundreds of jobs, service cuts, and canceled community programs. These cuts put the preservation and revitalization of First Nation languages and cultural heritage at risk.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the House of Commons on this important issue with my friend and colleague from British Columbia. Notre gouvernement s'est engagé à maintenir.
Our government has committed to supporting Indigenous communities in their efforts that seek to reappropriate Indigenous languages, policy that seeks to revitalize them and strengthen them. We recognize the important work undertaken by Indigenous communities throughout the country since the adoption of the Indigenous Languages Act. We are still determined to work with them in order to continue the implementation of the Act.
Principle of nothing about us without us. Every aspect of the implementation of this Act is carried out jointly with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners, recognizing that Indigenous peoples are best positioned to lead the revitalization of their languages. Par exemple, notre gouvernement a mis en œuvre des nouveaux.
Our government has implemented new funding measures for Indigenous languages that promote independence of languages and autonomy with regards to their priorities. We've also started new long-term financial agreements to support multi-year strategies. This approach respects Indigenous governance structures and decision-making structures.
The unique circumstances of Indigenous languages across Canada, particularly in British Columbia, Madam Speaker, but those include those of First Nations in British Columbia, and as such, in December, the Minister of Canadian Heritage met with the First Peoples Cultural Council in BC to discuss Indigenous language issues. The First Peoples Cultural Council is a long-standing partner in its efforts to serve as a model for managing Canadian Heritage's Indigenous languages funding, providing support to First Nations communities and organizations in developing resources and innovative approaches to advancing Indigenous language preservation and revitalization. This is one of the reasons why this department signed a memorandum of understanding in June 2022 with the province of BC and the First Peoples Cultural Council, which establishes a framework for ongoing collaboration and commits to the parties to advance predictable and sustainable funding for the revitalization of First Nations languages, cultural arts, and the arts. Under this memorandum of understanding, a 5-year agreement for $103.9 million starting in 2023 and 2024 was signed with the First Peoples Cultural Council. Notre gouvernement reconnaît que le...
Our government recognizes that the reappropriation, revitalization, strengthening, and maintenance of Indigenous languages requires a long-term commitment from us, and we will continue this work in collaboration with our Indigenous partners. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I'm actually calling for the government to right this wrong at the earliest opportunity and commit to include adequate long-term funding for First Nations language programs in British Columbia in the fall economic statement. An essential part of reconciliation is addressing the enormous harms First Nations have experienced throughout their 200-year history of colonization, including the devastating loss of language and culture. The government needs to listen to what First Nations need and fulfill its legal obligations with respect to language revitalization. In the Indigenous Languages Act, the government declared it was committed to providing adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding for the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous language. However, the current funding is not enough to maintain existing programming, let alone meet the growing demand. So will the government take its obligations seriously and commit to ensuring fair, adequate, long-term funding for Indigenous language programming to benefit generations to come?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to reiterate that the memorandum of understanding that I referenced was, just signed back in June 2022. And in collaboration with the First Peoples Cultural Council, our government signed an unprecedented 5-year funding agreement for almost $104 million, which started last calendar year. And that was signed with the First Peoples Cultural Council, Madam Speaker. This year also marks the 5th anniversary of the Royal Assent of the Indigenous Languages Act. Our government has been steadfast in our commitment to work with Indigenous peoples to ensure that the Act's full implementation is seen as quickly as possible. That's why this much work has been undertaken, but we realize that there's more work to do, Madam Speaker, and we remain dedicated to working with Indigenous peoples to support their efforts to reclaim, revitalize, strengthen, and maintain Indigenous languages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.
Bonsoir tout le monde.